Alrighty, everybody. Good evening. I hope everyone is doing well out there. Let's go ahead and get everything set up here, but we have an update on the tropics with Melissa. Absolute beast of a storm here. Let me go ahead and bring this up real quickly. But anyways, folks, hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a great evening so far. But yeah, no, we have a lot of big updates for you guys. Melissa is a Category 4 storm now. Last update we did, it was a Category 3. What's up, Viper? Good to see ya. Saying hello. What's up? What's up, Julie? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. What's up, everybody? Hope everyone's doing good. But anyways, yeah, Melissa is a Category 4 now. We are sustaining 145. More likely, we're probably towards 150 at this point because the hurricane hunters actually detected a bit stronger winds than 145. But that's what the Hurricane Center has it. Wow, pressure has dropped a lot since actually I last looked at it a couple hours ago. We were at 937 earlier. Now we're at 933 millibars. Very, very crazy. But anyways, what's up, guys? What's up, Happy? Saying zoom out. I will. Don't worry. What's up, Beth? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. When he says it's gonna hit Jamaica hard, yeah, Jamaica's definitely gonna be hit pretty good here. So we are expecting the system to continue pulling northeast. Actually, we now have warnings out for Cuba as well. Here, let me go ahead and actually bring up the Hurricane Center's page here so I can show you guys what we got going on here. But we do have hurricane warnings now in effect, as you can see here, for eastern Cuba. Obviously, we have those hurricane warnings still in effect for Jamaica. Now, the estimated tropical storm force winds, they're already going through Jamaica. Matter of fact, actually, we had ourselves... let's see here. We're going to bring this back up. We actually had ourselves already some tropical storm force winds reported. So Kingston, the latest observation shows 30-mile-an-hour winds out there by Kingston. Actually, here a few minutes ago, before we went live, there was actually a report of right around 39 miles an hour. So, yeah, I mean, we're definitely already starting to experience some of the tropical storm force winds out of this system here overall. Viper says the eye is crazy. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, it's pretty darn clear at this point in time. Compared to yesterday, we were actually tracking this here too, and it was definitely not as good looking as it is now. But it's a beast. It is, like I said, it's going to continue to strengthen here. I mean, there's really not a whole bunch that's holding the system back, from developing and everything. So, the environment's, like we mentioned, is pretty much perfect. Little to no wind shear interaction with the system, plenty enough moisture, as well as the, tons and tons of heat from the waters. These waters out here are about 30 degrees Celsius or 87 Fahrenheit roughly, which is extremely warm. Now, not only is it going to be a huge problem for, the winds and stuff like that, but let's actually update this. So here's the rainfall projections. A lot of Jamaica, you can see a lot of the central and eastern side of Jamaica is expected to, produce about 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, which is ridiculous. But we actually have a little area here in eastern Jamaica where we possibly could be seeing amounts upwards of 40 inches of rainfall, which is just absolutely crazy. So up to 40 inches of rain. They also up the totals for eastern Cuba, kind of southern, southeastern Cuba here. We are expecting about 16 to 20 inches for a lot of the eastern sides of Cuba. Then, of course, we have the Bahamas here as well, which, the totals have been increasing, but, they're still kind of in that lower confidence zone. But, those totals are definitely going up out there. So, rain's going to be a really big issue, on the storm here. But anyway, so right now we are sustaining about 145. We're likely a little stronger at this point in time here. This update was about almost 2 hours ago here. Hurricane hunters, they've actually been actively flying in the system here to get some more, data and everything. But pressure is now down to 933 millibars, rapidly dropping. And it is a Category 4 for people who's wondering, but it's Honestly, it's kind of an upper level Cat 4. I mean, it's not far away from Cat 5 standpoint, or from strength, I should say. Now, we are actually expected to become a Category 5 here. It looks like by tomorrow afternoon, the system will be a Category 5, sustaining right around 160 mile an hour winds. We'll be gusting right around 195. That'll be here for pretty much tomorrow afternoon. And in the forecast here, not much changes between tomorrow afternoon and the morning of the 28th here. So it's going to be kind of later Monday, early Tuesday for the landfall out here in Jamaica. And yeah, we're definitely going to be live here to be covering this here. We need people on this. We need people to be, covering this. So we'll definitely be here for you guys to help out, to make sure that you guys are staying weather aware and that you guys are staying safe. That's the most important thing here. But, if you know anybody out there by Jamaica, just, make sure that, you let them know that to prepare. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people in Jamaica at this point know what's going on, but just to be sure, if you know anybody out there, make sure they are getting ready out there. What's up, Sean? Good to see ya. See, is Melissa near Cat 5? So right now we're sustained about 145. So to be classified as Category 5, it has to have sustained winds of 157 or greater. So we are roughly about 12 mile an hour off from a Category 5. But like I mentioned, I mean, it's probably more towards 150 at this point in time right now. Let me actually bring up the Hurricane Center for you guys, the Hurricane Hunters. I do want to bring that up so we can look at the latest aircraft recon here. So we do actually have an ongoing mission here. So let me go ahead and bring this on over here for you guys. So we do have a mission that's ongoing right now. Here's the latest data that they have collected. And you can actually see, well, this is flight level winds. There's a difference between flight level and surface, but flight level winds was right around 125-ish, 130 knots or so. Which is pretty crazy. Pressure, look at that, though. Pressure is well down. You guys can barely see. There we go. So there's the pressure on the left-hand side. The pressure down there is pretty darn low, which is why we're out there at, right around 900 and, it was at 933, I think we're at right now. Yeah, 933. So we have an active mission, so we'll definitely be periodically checking up on that and to see what's going on. What's up, Angelina? Sorry. Hope you're doing well. Saying hello, Andrew. Praying for Jamaica. Absolutely. But it's good to see you, my friend. Thomas says they're going to get slammed hard. This thing parked right off the coast. Rain will be insane. Top Cat 5 strength winds. Makes landfall. Yeah, it is expected to be Cat 5 once we have that landfall, which, once again, that'll be here for some time. Late Monday, early Tuesday. Unfortunately, it's going to be kind of an overnight landfall too, which is going to be a bit of an issue. But anyways, hopping back to the rainfall totals, that's going to be, that's going to be a pretty big concern. Is going to be the rains as well. That's going to be quite a soaking system here, in which, you can see we have that little area here up in eastern Jamaica. Which we'll go ahead and bring over here, eastern Jamaica, where we could even see possible amounts upwards of, not 100, possibly upwards of 40 inches of rain or so, which is pretty crazy. And then, of course, we do have ourselves the majority of Jamaica seeing about 20 to 30 inches or 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall, which is just definitely a lot of rainfall. So, and then, like we mentioned, you hear for Eastern Cuba, we now have hurricane warnings in effect. So Eastern Cuba, we need you guys to be watching this too. You guys need to be prepping out there and getting ready. Same thing for the central southern Bahamas too. We're going to have a landfall out there as well, more than likely. Definitely going to have some serious impacts. The system's, going to weaken a bit. It's not going to be as strong as it was in Jamaica when it makes landfall, as it will be for, the Bahamas and Cuba, but it'll still be a really strong storm. in which, we still obviously need to be prepping out there. So I need my folks in the central southern Bahamas to definitely be preparing right now. Eastern Cuba, make sure you guys have everything together. Jamaica, you guys should already be ready, but if not, just make sure you get things done as quick as possible. Haiti's going to have some impacts too, Dominican Republic, mostly in terms of rain. The winds are going to be mostly further west out there. Anyways, let's see here. What's up, Jim? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Andy? What's up, Joseph? Good to see ya. Hope everyone's doing well. Do I know how many mile-an-hour winds may see Penclarendon? I have no idea where that's at. We'll face when we have the landfall. Here, let me actually pull it up. I should be able to look at it. Oh, okay. So you're kind of right here on the southern side. So out here on the southern edge here, at point of landfall, we're likely going to be having winds, sustained probably somewhere right around 160 miles an hour, maybe 165. We're going to be gusting pretty heavily, though. Most of those winds are going to be right on the coastlines. But definitely a lot of really strong winds will be out there. But yeah, it'll be somewhere in that ballpark potentially. The gusts are going to be pretty high. Just before the point of landfall from the hurricane center here, you can actually see this is for the morning of the 28th. 2 a.m. In which we're talking sustained, so constant winds in the center of the storm being right around 160 miles an hour. With wind gusts here right around 195. Yeah, definitely a very, very heavy amount of windfall. That's a new word. Definitely a heavy amount of winds, that's for sure. Now, the system will continue to roll through. It will weaken a little bit as it goes over Jamaica. Jamaica has a pretty mountainous terrain, which, will disrupt some of the lower level circulation within the storm, causing it to weaken a little bit. But, it's still going to be an absolute beast of a storm. It'll be exiting Jamaica likely as a Category 4. And we're going to be seeing right around the point of it leaving Jamaica, sustaining winds at right around 130. So that'll be kind of lower Cat 4, in which we'll be seeing gusts upwards of right around 160 or so as we roll through. So system will continue northeast here. By the time we approach the morning of the 29th, so let me look and see what day that is. The 29th is Wednesday. So for the early morning of Wednesday, later Tuesday, we're going to be having landfall in eastern Cuba here, in which right around that point we're going to be right around Category 3. Hurricane Center has it sustaining 120 mile an hour winds, gusting to 150. So still a major hurricane landfall in eastern Cuba here. Then of course it'll continue on after it passes Cuba. Due to the terrain, it'll weaken a little bit and going over the land. But then of course it'll go through the southern Bahamas here, pretty much right around the afternoon of the 29th here. And right around that point, we'll be sustaining about 105, gusting to roughly 130 miles an hour or so. And then, of course, it'll continue down in time. Now, I do want Bermuda to obviously be watching this here, too. You can see Bermuda is actually kind of in the middle of the cone here. So, there still is a possibility the system could go far to the west, far to the east or far to the west. The cone is indicating where the center of the storm could go, not where the effects will be felt. But Bermuda is also kind of right in the middle of it. But by then, it would probably be somewhere in a Category 1. You can see between these two markers here for the afternoon of the 30th to the afternoon of the 31st, kind of somewhere between, it will be passing throughout Bermuda. So I do need you guys to be watching out there as well. So it's not just Jamaica, Cuba, Bahamas, Haiti, and Dominican Republic, but also we need to start watching out for, Bermuda as well. So once again, actually, we're going to hop back over here to these precip totals. So it's not just the winds that's going to be a huge problem. It's also going to be an excessive amount of rainfall here, in which, we do have a localized spot up here in eastern Jamaica, where we could be seeing possible amounts upwards of 40 inches of rainfall, so several feet worth of rain, unfortunately. Now, the problem, obviously is the terrain as well, being pretty mountainous. There's a lot of valleys, so a lot of that water is going to be running down the mountains into the valleys. So one big problem with this is that there's going to be likely a lot of mudslides. So, look out for mudslides as well. That is going to be an issue. So not only is it a huge concern for winds, surges, but also, mudslides, flooding, all that stuff is going to be a big problem out here. But then, of course, like I said, we work our way continuously into eastern Cuba as well. Totals are not as significant because it does pick up a little bit of speed here. But still, a lot of rain, 16 to 20 inches is still, seriously, no joke here. So definitely got to keep an eye out there for that. Let's see here. William says, when did she go Cat 5? So it's not Cat 5 yet, but it's about to be here pretty soon. It's going to be a Cat 5 once it hits Jamaica. But it's in the forecast. The Hurricane Center, as of right now, has it becoming a Cat 5 here pretty much here for the afternoon of the 27th. So it'll be a Cat 5 soon. I mean, right now it is sustaining right around 145, but like I mentioned, with the latest Hurricane Hunter recon, it's more likely towards 150 right now or so, because they did do a flyby a little bit ago before we went live, and there was about 130 knots of surface winds that was observed out there. So more than likely it's towards 150 right now, but from the Hurricane Center right now it's currently at 145. So still, regardless, very significant. Pressure is now down to 933 millibars here overall. So Avery, yeah. So we actually did coverage on that tornado yesterday. It just kind of popped out of nowhere, but yeah, we were there for that. Anyways, all right. So hopping back over here, y'all. So we're going to take a look at the current wind field and stuff like that right now. So right here, this is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at right now. The yellow blob that you see, this is where those estimated tropical storm force winds are at, pretty much from 39 miles an hour to 74 miles an hour. So that's where your tropical storm force winds are expected to be right now, or estimated to be right now. Jamaica, yes, I mean, we're already experiencing tropical storm conditions out here in Jamaica. We do have that hurricane force wind. You can see it's a little bubble as compared to the tropical storm force. Hurricane force winds are still off the coast of Jamaica. Not, there yet, but it will be here for pretty much later Monday and early Tuesday. That's when those hurricane force winds will really start to kick up more than likely out there in Jamaica. But right now we do have those tropical storm force winds, extending into Jamaica, just shy of Haiti as of right now. And of course, down in time, the system's going to slowly start to turn its way to the northeast, as we do have a frontal system coming off the southeast U.S., which will actually kind of steer the system to the northeast here overall. So that's the reason why the system's going to be changing its direction, is because of this little frontal system that we actually have. You can actually already see it right here. So this system's going to continue pushing east, which will kind of allow the system to eventually turn and kind of pull behind that system there. So anyway, so that's what's going on with that. That's the reason why we are going to be seeing that thing turn directions here and go right into Jamaica. But like we mentioned, here in eastern Cuba, we do have hurricane warnings in effect here now. That's actually some pretty new information, not super old. That happened today. But yeah, here in eastern Cuba, we now have, hurricane warnings in effect here. So we obviously need to be prepping. We need to be, aware and rapidly, watching the situation out here. We do need you guys up in eastern Cuba to be watching the system here, because we do have hurricane warnings in effect out there. So what hurricane warnings mean is that hurricane conditions are imminent. They're expected to occur. So it means you need to be prepping. And like I mentioned, we also need the central and southern Bahamas to be watching it too. We're likely going to have some hurricane impacts down there in the southern Bahamas as well. So we got to prep for that as well. But yeah, so like I said, Jamaica, hurricane warnings in effect. Eastern Cuba, hurricane warnings in effect. Southern coastal Haiti, we do have tropical storm warnings here in the blue. Also, hurricane watches, they have not been materialized. Honestly, I don't think those are going to materialize, to be honest with you, but we'll see. But yeah, tropical storm warnings are in effect, so tropical storm conditions is expected out here. So just wanted to go ahead and point that out for you guys here. Now, here's the wind history. This is the history of those tropical storm force and hurricane force winds. The yellow is the tropical storm force, and the red is the hurricane force winds. You can see from the history of the storm, so you can see it slowly worked its way westward, pulled to the north, really, really slow. It's starting to work its way westward again here. I mean, right now, let's go ahead and bring up our image here. Yeah, the storm's only moving west at 5 miles an hour. So, I mean, it's barely moving. You could jog, honestly. You could run faster than the storm right now. It's pretty crazy. Just in how slow it is. But yeah, the latest update here, which was at 8 o'clock p.m., the Hurricane Center has that system sustaining 145 miles an hour. Obviously higher gusts. We're probably gusting upwards of right around 160 or so. So definitely quite a strong system. So hopping back to the infrared. So this is the current sat view. Obviously you can tell the eye looks pretty good. I wouldn't say perfectly symmetrical, but it's pretty good. Definitely is pretty well cleared out and everything. So there's clear indicators that the system is quite a beast. And of course, the system right now you can kind of see is moving slightly west-southwest, but it's still within the cone. Once again, the system is expected to continue moving westward, and then it's going to start to turn to the northeast as we do get that that frontal system coming through. Which once again, you can actually see that system kind of near Florida right now. This little frontal system rolling through, so that'll kind of be the steering mechanics. For the storm here to eventually change its direction here. But anyways, for the people just joining, we are a Cat 4 right now. It is a Category 4. We are sustaining 145 mile an hour winds, probably closer to 150 right now. We're likely seeing some higher gusts. We are seeing higher gusts more than likely, right around 160 or so. Central low down to 933 millibars as of the latest observation here within the storm. So we're down to 933 millibars. Very, very low pressure. By the time we approach tomorrow morning, so at the 2 a.m. marker here, the Hurricane Center has the system sustaining 155. So it's close to Category 5 at that point, in which, to be classified as Category 5, you got to have sustained winds of 157 miles an hour or greater. We're really not that far off. I mean, right now we're about 12 miles an hour off from the system becoming a Category 5. So we are pretty close as it is. But yeah, we'll be gusting right around 190 miles an hour by 2 a.m. tonight. So definitely picking up some strength. And then by the time we wake up tomorrow, for tomorrow afternoon, the system will likely be a Category 5 at this point, sustaining about 160, gusting to 195. Who knows? I mean, it could still pick up some strength as we do pull to the north here. Hurricane Center has it kind of sustaining 160 up until we approach Jamaica. So system will likely make landfall as a Category 5, right around 160 miles an hour, gusting 195 or so. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, if you guys know anybody in Jamaica, like I said, make sure they are prepping. Make sure that they're getting ready. If you guys are in the path here, be sure that you have enough food and water. Make sure it's non-perishable because, we're going to be losing power out here. I mean, there's no way that the power is going to stay on in a storm like this. So we're going to be losing power. So just make sure that you have non-perishable foods, nothing that can go bad without refrigeration or anything like that. So just make sure that, that you guys are ready for it. Generators, make sure, if you have a generator, make sure that they're up to date, make sure you have enough gas, everything like that. If you're on the coast, heavily recommended to go inland. I mean, you do not want to be on the coast during this system here. If you can, go inland. Make sure you stay out of the valleys as well, everybody, because, due to the excessive amount of rainfall that we're going to be seeing here, which we'll go ahead and bring this back up for you guys, but due to the excessive amount of rain that we're going to be seeing out of this system, we're definitely going to need to stay out of the valleys because all that water is going to be kind of going through the valleys, in which, we're talking East Jamaica. We could be seeing upwards of 40 inches of rainfall, which is just really crazy. So up to 40 inches of rain in East Jamaica. A lot of central Jamaica, we're going to be seeing, roughly about 20 to 30 inches. Now, remember, we could have locally higher amounts in some areas. But, the problem also, like we mentioned, is, the kind of mountainous terrain. All that water is going to be running down the mountains into the valleys, which will be, just causing some serious flooding going on out there. And then, of course, we do have that landslide concern. So just, make sure that you guys are also watching out there for that. Let's see. Joe says, I'm here in Jamaica. Be careful, dude. Make sure you're prepped and you're ready to go. We'll get through this. Pretty crazy, but yeah, definitely be careful out there, dude. If you need anything, let me know. Like I said, we're here for you guys. We'll continue to give you guys updates and everything like that. So if you're new here, consider subscribing. That way you guys can stay on top of the weather. And yeah, we've been streaming multiple times a day, so we'll keep you guys up to date. We'll also be streaming the landfall too, so you guys will have some coverage, and I'll be able to keep you guys updated on everything with that. So anyway, so hopping back, so right now, this is the current estimated tropical storm force winds here in the yellow bubble that you see. So this is where we are likely seeing tropical storm force winds right now, which they are going into Jamaica at this point. We've already seen some tropical storm force winds being observed up by Kingston. Right now showing 30 mile an hour, but earlier it was actually at 39, which, that was there in tropical storm force. But, so tropical storm force winds are already starting to go out there. Now, hopping back, you can actually see this little red area. This is actually where the estimated hurricane force winds are at right now, which is around that eye there. And those are just south of Jamaica. So the hurricane force winds, they are not quite there yet. It's not going to be until we reach pretty much the later portion of Monday into early Tuesday. That's kind of when we're expecting to see those impacts there. Actually, yeah, so you can see right here, right around 2 a.m. on Tuesday, going through. Actually, the cone actually changed here. Now showing that landfall kind of right around the afternoon of Tuesday. But sometime between the morning of Tuesday into the afternoon, that's when we're going to be seeing that landfall occurring. I mean, we're definitely going to be feeling the effects for the next couple of days, actually. I mean, we're already feeling the tropical storm force effects right now. But yeah, we're going to continue to feel that for the next couple of days for sure. But yeah, those hurricane force conditions are going to be felt on Tuesday. So then, of course, like I mentioned, actually, we'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit here for you guys. So by the time we actually approach the morning of Wednesday, you can see that that's when we're going to be having that second landfall, rolling off of Jamaica and actually going into eastern Cuba. So eastern Cuba now has those hurricane warnings in effect here in the red. So we're going to be seeing those hurricane conditions out there. So, yeah, definitely, prepare out there as well. I mean, if you guys are in eastern Cuba, if you know anybody out there, let them know. Make sure that they're ready to go. Once again, non-perishable foods. Make sure that they, have plenty of water, plenty of non-perishable foods. Make sure you have all of your medicines together. Everything in your safe spot, flashlight, extra batteries. And like we mentioned, if you're on the coast, it would be heavily advised to move inland. You do not want to ride. You really don't want to be on the coast during a storm like this. So it will be heavily advised to move inland if you can. Then, of course, the Bahamas right now, there's no watches or any warnings right now. That will likely change probably here pretty soon. I would not be surprised if within the next couple of updates from the Hurricane Center that they'll issue hurricane watches. Those will probably come out pretty soon. And then, of course, like we mentioned, far down in the forecast here, you can see that Bermuda is actually kind of in the line of fire here too. But by then it won't be as significant, obviously, as it is, towards Jamaica. By then it'll be like right around Category 1. Still still don't want to underestimate a Cat 1. I mean, there still is a lot of impacts that come with them. So, yeah, Bermuda might need to watch this too. The cone is still pretty big. I mean, the system could veer to the west, could go a little bit to the east, keeping Bermuda out of hurricane conditions. So that's not guaranteed right now for Bermuda. But they should definitely at least monitor it because it could definitely change, between now and then. But anyway, so here's the system right now, y'all. This is what it looks like. Absolute beast. We got a clear eye there. Right now the system kind of appears to be moving slightly southwest, as you can kind of see. It's expected to continue moving kind of mostly westward here over the next little bit before turning to the northeast once the system kind of encounters some of that winds from the frontal system that we have coming through. What's up, TGM? Good to see you. What's up, Mark? Hope you're doing all right, my friend. But like I said, guys, we're here for you. What's up? It Couldn't Beam says, hey, Andrew in chat, praying for Jamaica. Let's see, I had tears in my eyes all day. Yeah, it's sad. And like I said, just we need to prepare if you guys haven't already. Just make sure that you get ready for it. We still have a little bit of time for prepping. The worst of it's not here yet. Right now, tropical storm force conditions are already starting to affect Jamaica. But hurricane force winds, we still have a little bit of time before the system does make that landfall out there, and those hurricane conditions do pop off there. But anyways, all right, so let's go ahead and hop our way back over here. We are going to take a look here back at the rainfall projection. So, it's not only the winds that's going to be the significant concern, but also, the rainfall. This is the latest Weather Prediction Center's update here in regard to the expected rainfall. So here for eastern Jamaica, here, I'll even zoom in a little bit more for you guys. So here for eastern Jamaica, we do have a patch along the eastern side where we could be seeing possibly upwards of 40 inches of rainfall. Yeah, you heard me right. That's about over 3 feet of rain. That's pretty crazy. You got to think. 36 inches, that's 3 feet. So that plus another 4 inches overall. It's pretty crazy. But anyways, so about 40 inches of rain is expected in East Jamaica for most of central eastern Jamaica. Right now, the totals are pretty much between 20 to 30 inches or so, which is 500 to 750 millimeters of rain, which I'll go ahead and show you guys the chart here. Definitely, a lot of rain, and of course here also for, we do have eastern Cuba. In a pretty good amount of rainfall here as well, in which we're going to be seeing 16 to 20 inches of rainfall, or 400 to 500 millimeters of rain. So Cuba's going to be getting quite a bit as well. The totals have been increasing also for the Bahamas here too, in which the Bahamas, we do have some patches here for some of the islands getting right around 8 to 12 inches. So still kind of in the lower confidence zone there, given it's still a few days out. There could still be some changes between now and then, but still, we do need to expect quite a bit of rainfall out there as well. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring up the Hurricane Hunter. We're going to see what they're up to right now. We'll go ahead and update that. So it looks like the Hurricane Hunters right now are in the northwest quadrant of the storm. So they're flying through right now. They did do 2 dropsons, 936 millibars, 937 millibars. But yeah, right now the pressure is actually down to 933. The latest pass showed flight level winds of about 120 knots. Yeah, they don't have any surface winds or surface data available, unfortunately. I think they're the only mission that's going on right now. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on the Hurricane Hunters here. What's up, Crazy Path? Good to see you. What's up, Eric? Hope you're doing well, my friend. But anyways, so yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on the Hurricane Hunters and all that stuff here. So let's actually hop to the models. We're gonna take a peek at the models here, see what the latest information is showing us here. So this is the hurricane models. So finally, we actually have a decent amount of agreement. There for the longest time, the models, they were having a pretty rough time kind of figuring out where the storm was going to be, due to the fact that the system is so slow. It's just kind of barely moving. But you can see the hurricane models. There's a lot better agreement now. It's pretty much guaranteed at this point for the system to make landfall in Jamaica, then continue to roll through, make landfall in eastern Cuba, then continue into southern, south central Bahamas, and then, of course, go out there towards Jamaica as well. So there's Jamaica right there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but that little speck you see there, that's Jamaica. Sorry, I'm losing my mind, y'all. That's Bermuda. Sorry. Jamaica's right here. You know what? It's been a long day, y'all. It's been a long day. I've been talking about Jamaica so much. I've been calling everywhere Jamaica. Anyways, but yeah, that's Bermuda up here, and they gotta watch it too. Strength projections shows right around Category 1 strength being possible. It's not guaranteed that they'll see hurricane force conditions, but the system is going out that way. So then, of course, like I said, it's going to be impacting the Bahamas. Hurricane Center has the southern Bahamas here, right around Category 2. We'll be sustaining about 105, gusting upwards of 100 and let's see here, 127, but that rounds up to about 130. Let's see. What's up, Eric ML? What's up, Cremary? Is that how you say your name? I have no idea how you say your name. I'm sorry. What's up, D? Good to see you. Saying hey, Andrew. Good evening from warm California. Well, hello, my friend. Good to see you. What's up, MP? Saying hello, or what's up, everyone? Good to see ya. Let's see here. What's up, West? Good to see ya. But anyways, yeah, so the system will be making, that Bahamas approach here right around the afternoon of the 29th. And around that time, we're going to be sustaining about 105 miles an hour. We'll be gusting around 130 at that point in time. Then for eastern Cuba, we're going to be making landfall as a Cat 3. We'll be sustaining about 120, gusting to about 150. But yeah, for Jamaica, unfortunately, we're going to be likely sustained of about 160. I'd even say possibly up to 165 at landfall for Jamaica. And we'll be gusting anywhere from 195 to 200 miles an hour. So that'll be the strength that once it kind of approaches Jamaica. But here's the system now. This is the infrared view. You guys can see the eye is very clearly visible. I mean, it's looking pretty good, but definitely quite a beast here. But the good news is that the hurricane conditions are, not expected for at least another little bit. I mean, we still have, over a day or so to prepare. I mean, the tropical storm force winds are already hitting, but, we have a little bit more time. So just be sure that you guys are getting ready. Just be sure that y'all are, stocked up on non-perishable foods. Make sure that you guys have plenty enough water. Make sure you all have your medicines and stuff like that together. Just all your important documents and stuff. Keep it in your safe spot. Like I mentioned, if you're across the coastline, if you're on the coast, it's heavily recommended to move inland, away from the coast here. And also stay out of the valleys and flood-prone areas because, flooding is also going to be a really, really big concern out here as well. Let's see, is there a safe place to go? It looks like the whole island's in the path. Yeah. Well, honestly, all of Jamaica is going to be getting some significant impacts, from the system, unfortunately. Honestly, the best place to be is away from the coast and out of the valleys. We're going to be having some landslide concerns, too, given the excessive amount of rainfall that we're going to be having here. I mean, it's just going to completely saturate the grounds. So that's going to be a really big concern. Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to prepare for that as well. So the really main concerns out of the system is going to be, those winds possibly gusting near 200 miles an hour on landfall towards the coastal areas. And then, of course, we're going to be seeing, rain between 20 to 30 inches, that localized area in eastern Jamaica, possibly up to 40 inches of rain. And then, of course, that oversaturation, of all that water that's falling, all that rain is falling, which will really give us a big problem for, landslides, due to the abundance of rainfall. And, all of that will be seeping in the ground and, will cause some landslides, unfortunately. So, yeah. But then, like I said, it's not only Jamaica that needs to be watching this here, too. We're going to have that second landfall in eastern Cuba. The system's still going to be a Category 3. at landfall in eastern Cuba. So it's still going to be it is still definitely going to be a major hurricane, which is classified as Cat 3 or greater. It is still going to be a major hurricane at landfall in eastern Cuba. And by the time we approached the Bahamas for that landfall, that'll be right around Category 2. And, once again, we'll have to watch Bermuda, too, as they are in the path. You can see Bermuda's out here. They're in the cone. I mean, the center could go far to the east or far to the west. I mean, the hurricane conditions are not guaranteed for, Bermuda in the far-fetched forecast, but, the system is tracking in that direction. So we do got to be looking out there for that. And Bermuda does need to be remaining weather aware overall. So, yeah, we'll definitely keep you guys in the loop there, too. But for right now, the main problem is, mostly Jamaica right now, then Cuba, then the Bahamas. So, what's up, Mark? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Tyrone? Hope you're doing good. Planet says, let's see, I'm in St. Anne, Jamaica right now, but it's calm and chilled night. It's the calm before the storm, huh? Well, be careful out there, my friend. If you need anything, let me know. Like I said, we're here for you guys. I want to make sure y'all are staying safe, staying weather aware. We'll be here. I'm going to do everything I can to keep you guys up to date and, just keep pumping out these updates for y'all because, we're going to need to give you guys updates. So we're going to be on it, y'all. We're going to be live every day, several times a day. We'll also be doing the coverages, too. Once the system makes landfall, we'll be covering it. So we'll be able to give you guys live information and all of that stuff whenever it does come through. Let's see, when exactly will the storm hit us? Well, I was actually about to get right on into the timing here, so let's actually take a peek at that, y'all. So, timing of the storm, it's a little different for different places, obviously, but here for Jamaica, it looks like the landfall is going to be right around the afternoon to, pretty much right around the afternoon of Tuesday. Hurricane force winds will probably happen either late morning or early afternoon here in Jamaica. Landfall is going to be there kind of right around the afternoon of Tuesday. Now for Cuba, for eastern Cuba, it'll be right around 2 a.m. on Wednesday. For the southern Bahamas, it'll be right around 2 p.m. on Wednesday. So, that's kind of the timing with everything. But for the next, the next day or so, it's just going to be kind of staying south of Jamaica, slowly turning to the north because, like we mentioned here, looking at current sat, we do have this frontal system you can see kind of rolling eastward here. That's actually all that severe weather we just had in the southern country of the U.S. All that's moving eastward. And, of course, we have, Melissa here, which is moving very slowly westward. And eventually that system pushing eastward will kind of attract Melissa to pull to the north here. So that is what we're going to be seeing with that. But yeah, that's kind of the timing there. I'll go ahead and show you guys once again if you're just now tuning in. So the timing of landfall, it'll be right around the afternoon of Tuesday on landfall here from the latest Hurricane Center projections here. So it'll be afternoon Tuesday at landfall for Jamaica. Morning, right around 2 a.m. Wednesday for eastern Cuba landfall, which will be right around Category 3, and then 2 p.m. on Wednesday for Cat 2 landfall over the southern Bahamas. So that's what we're looking at there as of right now. So here's current sat for the people just joining. This is what she looks like right now. Definitely quite a beast. Let's see here. We appreciate you. Well, thank you very much. I'm here for you guys. Like I said, we got you. We'll keep you guys up to date with everything. Try not to worry. I know it's pretty crazy, but we'll get through this. We're here for you guys. Just y'all be careful. Make sure you guys are prepped for it. Okay. Have plenty of non-perishable foods and water. Just make sure y'all are ready to tackle this. Let's see. It Couldn't Beam says, Andrew, what would I do if I were there? A shelter, a church, what kind of building? That's actually a really good question. So if I was there, first of all, I would stay away from the coast. Getting as far away from the coast is very important. Also, make sure you're in a non-valley. Make sure you're far away from a flood-prone area. A hill or something would honestly be a better scenario. The winds will be very strong up there, but it would be better than being in the valley and in the coast. So get away from the coast, get away from the valleys and those flood-prone areas. And yeah, find the most sturdy building as you can. A concrete building, that would be the most recommended. So yeah, just far away from the coast, out of the valleys, and in a concrete building if you could. But yeah, if you're on the coast, just make sure you make sure you get out of there. It's not recommended to be in the coast during this system. Let's see here. See, you're in Jamaica now. Well, be careful out there, my friend. What's up, Sharon? Good to see ya. Tommy says, what kind of storm surge are they expecting in Kingston? So the Hurricane Center, they don't have any graphics on the surges out there, but given the wind speeds, I would not be surprised if southern Jamaica in general would experience at least 20-foot surges. I mean, that's probably over that, to be honest. There is no exact number, unfortunately. Yeah, the Hurricane Center, they only do that for U.S. soil, I'm pretty sure. So we don't have any graphics, showing the exact surges, but yeah, they would, given the wind speeds. I mean, they're likely going to be well over 20 foot. That's why it's just very important to get away from the coast if you can. Let's see here. Is there any chance that Melissa will continue continue going westward? It's unlikely. All the models do suggest the system pulling to the north here. The reason being is because we have this frontal system. This was actually the result of that severe weather we were just talking about here. In Texas, Louisiana, we did some tornado coverage on that a while ago. But yeah, this system will continue rolling eastward. This low up here, and Melissa will kind of get attracted to that, which will steer the system up towards this system overall. So, yeah, it's not expected to continue westward, unfortunately. I wish it would, but then that would put other areas at risk. But yeah, unfortunately it won't. Let's see here. Sherry says, what time roughly will it get bad tomorrow? So tropical storm force winds are actually already going on out there. Here, let me show you that real quickly. If we take a peek here at the current surface wind, so you can see we do have this yellow blob area here. So this is where those estimated tropical storm force conditions are at here. You can see that tropical storm force winds are already through Jamaica. It looks like they're shy off of Haiti, but yeah, their tropical storm force are already going on in Jamaica. I mean, we've already recorded tropical storm force out there in the Kingston area. That's already been, that's already actually occurred. I mean, just before I went live, the Kingston mesonet out here showed 39 miles an hour. It's 30 right now, so it's sub-tropical storm force. But before, I mean, we've already reached it. But, in terms of, everything here, the hurricane force winds and stuff like that, it's not there yet. It's not quite there yet. But the timing of it, we'll go over that again for you guys right now. So let me go ahead and bring this up here. Actually, we're just going to hop on over here. So timing, like we mentioned, for Jamaica, the worst of it's going to be happening here for the afternoon of Tuesday. So kind of the later morning, early afternoon of Tuesday. That's when we're going to be seeing some of the heaviest impacts, with this system here. So it'll be for late morning, early afternoon here. Now, also here for, like I said, for Cuba, we're going to be having that Category 3 landfall. We can't forget about Cuba, too. That is something we'll need to look out for as well, because they're going to be getting that landfall right around 2 a.m. on Wednesday here. And of course, for the Bahamas, it'll be right around 2 p.m. on Wednesday. We'll continue to watch Bermuda, but because Bermuda's not guaranteed hurricane conditions right now, but system is going in that general direction. So Bermuda will need to watch out for. I mean, they're in the cone; they're kind of in the middle of it. So, but there could be some movement between now and then. Let's see here. D, thank you so much for becoming a Category 1 member, my friend. Thank you for the support. It helps us out a ton, helps keep us rolling. So thank you so much, D. Greatly appreciated. What do I think when it comes to the Montego Bay noticing westerly shift? What winds, storm surge can be expected? So, Lucas, unfortunately, the surge, I don't have any surge maps or graphics here because the Hurricane Center, they don't actually put that out for non-U.S. territories. Unfortunately, I wish I could show you, but the surges are going to be pretty pretty heavy under there on the southern side of Jamaica. At least 20 feet. I mean, just off of the winds in general. Definitely some heavy waves. Actually, what I can do, I can do this actually. Let me bring up the models for you. I can look at the wave height. That's about as close as we can look at it. Here, let me bring up the GFS over here real quickly. So we'll take a peek at this. Hop into the Western Atlantic, and we'll do lower dynamics, significant wave height. Here we go. So this is not necessarily the same as surges. This is just wave height out in the water. But we're going to be seeing waves, about possibly 20 to 30 foot out there. You can see waves are definitely going to be quite significant. It's going to be a huge problem. Yeah, the waves will get quite big, as the system continues pushing to the northeast out there. And also that'll bring it right towards Bermuda, too. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the graphics because Hurricane Center does not issue those. Let's see here. What's up, Ronald? Good to see you. What's up, Tricky Panda? Let's see. Weather alert says, is Melissa southwest or west trend could spare Jamaica a direct hit, or will western? At this point in time, I mean, it's pretty much certain that we'll have a direct landfall in Jamaica. I mean, you can see the cone. This is where the center of the storm could go over. So in theory, the system, in the current cone's projection has the system. It could have it going as far west as just the western side. But majority of guidance suggests it will be a direct landfall on the south central side of Jamaica here. The cone once again shows the center, of where the center could track over, and Jamaica's kind of in all of that, unfortunately. Let's see here. Ryan says, what category is Melissa, and how does it compare to prior hurricanes? So, the system is a Category 4. So it is currently sustaining 145 miles an hour. We are down to a pressure of 933 millibars. Pressure is quite low. Now, this will actually be one of the most, if not the heaviest storm, or the most strongest storm to hit Jamaica on record. I was actually looking at that earlier. Apparently, this, if it plays out to the forecast, it will be the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. On record, anyways. So that's kind of how it compares to some of these other storms. It's not going to be like anything that they've really seen in a very long time, unfortunately. Lucas says, thanks. No problem, dude. I got you. What's up, Southern Horseman? Good to see ya. Let's see, the eye wall's quite organized. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely pretty good looking. You can kind of see it's going a little bit west-southwest right now, but it's still in the cone. As long as it stays in the cone, I mean, that's expected. It's still in its expected area. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not perfectly symmetrical, but it's pretty good looking. I mean, it's definitely quite a beast. But like I mentioned on the forecast track, y'all, by the time we approach the afternoon of tomorrow, we'll likely be sustaining about 160. So that'll put us in the Category 5 here by tomorrow. So we'll be right around Cat 5 tomorrow afternoon, sustaining roughly about 195 miles an hour. And that'll be right around the strength it'll be at the point of landfall here in Jamaica. I mean, it could be maybe slightly stronger, but just before landfall, Hurricane Center has this thing sustaining about 160, gusting upwards of 195 or so. Let's see here. That's intense. Yeah, it is, unfortunately. But, like I said, just if you guys know anybody out here, just let them know. Make sure everybody's, ready to go for the system. And we still have a little bit of time for prepping, but you guys should have your stuff ready to go, as soon as possible. So, just make sure that you guys are ready for it. Make sure you have non-perishable foods. Make sure you have plenty enough water. Because the power unfortunately will go out. I mean, there's no way that the power is going to, still be on during this system. Anyways, but yeah, let's actually hop back over here, y'all. I want to take a peek back at the rainfall potential. So let's actually go ahead and take a look at that here. So yeah, rain's actually going to be one of the biggest problems, with this system here, in which, eastern Jamaica, we are expecting to be having about 40 inches of rainfall on the eastern side of Jamaica. That's over 3 foot of rain, which is, pretty crazy. So about 3 foot of rain in eastern Jamaica will be quite possible. Here for the central side of Jamaica, we're talking about 20 to 30 inches overall. How slow is the hurricane moving? It's moving west at 5 miles an hour right now. But also, like I mentioned, for Cuba too, y'all, we do got to watch out for Cuba with the rainfall too. Right now, they're projected to get about 16 to 20 inches or so. I mean, here's the map for you guys. Let's see. What's up, Chris? Hope you're doing good, my friend. Saying, hey, Andrew, happy Sunday. Any chance Melissa completes another eyewall replacement cycle? I mean, yeah, it still has plenty of time before it makes that landfall. I mean, definitely possible. There's no way of being for sure if it will or not, but it's got some time to do it. Absolutely. Yeah, I always look at that for people who don't know. Sometimes these storms undergo what's called an eyewall replacement cycle. I kind of look at it as like a snake shedding. It's kind of like a hurricane shedding, pretty much. That's about as the best I could explain it. Let's see here. Y'all probably hear my cat. He's quite a chatterbox. Let's see here. So weather alert. I actually already answered your question. So it's not expected to spare Jamaica, unfortunately. All guidance suggests that it will be going over Jamaica. Y'all probably hear my cat. I'm sorry. He loves to meow at me whenever he wants in. Anyways, but so there's the track. This is the latest hurricane spaghetti models that we have here. You guys can see that we do have a pretty good amount of agreement at this point in time. Models they're pretty close to one another, which indicates a good amount of agreement. But yeah, there is no models that suggest the system continually going west. So at this point in time, it's pretty solid. And the reason why the system is going to be steering is because of that low that we have, that cold front kind of rolling off the U.S. southeast coast. So, but yeah. Linda says, "I'll tell you what. After the weekend's rainfall in Texas and tornadoes, don't discount anything." Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we were actually covering that system. Believe it or not, it's actually the same system that's allowing Melissa to move to the north. That system that caused all that tornadic activity and all that severe weather. That's actually the system. So yeah, definitely. Kind of throwing Jamaica under the bus with that system, unfortunately. All right, I'll tell you what, y'all. We're gonna hop over to the Hurricane Hunters. See what they got here. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have any surface wind readings. Sadly. Here, let me look at the latest. All right, yeah, here's the latest. It actually looks like they're going back home. Yeah, they're pretty far northwest of the center now. Yeah, they're probably going back home to refuel and stuff. The lowest that they've measured pressure-wise is 934. That's from one of the drop sondes that they did. One of those, one of the drop sondes. So those little tubes that they throw down in the storm. to measure, pressure, wind speed, temperature, dew point, all that stuff. Measured a low of, what was that, 934? Yeah, 934 millibars. But onboard sensors measured the low down to right around 933, which that's what the latest Hurricane Center parameters has it as right now. But anyways, everybody, if you're new here, consider subscribing, leaving a like. It'll be greatly appreciated. Like I said, we'll keep you guys up to date. We'll be making sure to, keep on going here, and we'll make sure to keep you guys updated with everything. Just, if y'all have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you guys might have. But anyways, yeah, so like I mentioned, landfall is going to be here in Jamaica. This will be right around the, let's actually bring up the timing here again for you guys. All right, here you go. So yeah, the latest timing from the Hurricane Center has the thing making landfall right around the afternoon of Tuesday. So that's kind of when the worst of the conditions are going to be felt. It's going to be sometime in the afternoon of Tuesday. Now for Eastern Cuba, we're going to have that Category 3 landfall out there. That'll be right around the morning of Wednesday overall. So morning Wednesday, 2 a.m. Wednesday is when we're expecting the system to make landfall in Cuba. 2 p.m. on Tuesday is when we're expecting the system to make landfall in Jamaica. Empresses, I'm new here. Well, welcome. It's good to have you. And then, of course, the Southern Bahamas is going to be right on the afternoon of Wednesday, which will be Category 2. That's what the Hurricane Center has it as. So, y'all just please be careful. Make sure y'all are prepping out there. East Cuba needs to be prepped as well. East Cuba needs to be ready for the system too. Also the Southern Bahamas, you guys need to be prepped and ready to go as well. Right now there's no, they don't actually have any watches out yet, which pretty soon I would not be surprised if they add those. Truthfully says, hi, has the storm hit any part of Jamaica as yet, and do I know if the flights have been stopped? So I did hear that there has been flights that have stopped in Jamaica. My mom actually told me that. She told me that she read somewhere that flights have already been grounded. But yeah, we are already seeing those tropical storm force winds out there. Yeah. Which I'll go ahead and bring that up for you. Yep. So here's the estimated tropical storm force winds here in the yellow right now. So this is where those tropical storm force, 39 to 74 mile an hour winds are estimated to be right now. And then, of course, you have the tiny little hurricane force winds out there in the red. So the hurricane force conditions are a pretty tiny little area, as you can see. And they're pretty far south of Jamaica right now, but eventually, once the storm does pull to the north, that will go out there by Jamaica. But right now, it's just the tropical storm conditions. We still do have time to prep for the system, but just make sure you get it done as soon as possible. But yeah, the conditions are already starting to go down a little bit. Let's see. Hi, Andrew. Watching from Kingston, Jamaica. Is there any chance that the system will pick up speed during landfall, or would it be moving at the same slow rate during landfall? So it'll probably be picking up a little bit of speed, considering that frontal interaction that we do have with that front, off the southeast U.S. right now. So this is actually the system that's, going to be steering it. So it'll be probably picking up a little bit of speed once it gets out there. Let's see, it's a crazy weather system. Yeah, I mean, it's a beast for sure. Truthfully says thank you, no problem. See, I have a friend in St. Lucia. I think that's far though. I can look. Not familiar with that area, but I'll pull it up here for you anyways. Whoops. All right, let's see here. Let me copy this real quickly, and I'll take a peek and see if that's in the area. What is it? This is showing Spain and Australia. If that's the case, then yeah, it's pretty far away. This ain't going on out there. Let's see here. Do I suspect that the island or part to be underwater? Well, okay, obviously not all of it's going to be underwater because it's very mountainous, but there will definitely be some places that will be underwater, yeah. Given the surges and stuff, I mean, we're going to be seeing quite significant surges out there, plus several inches of rainfall. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of water rolling out there. What's up, Scott? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, everybody, so on the forecast, like we mentioned, right now, if everybody's wondering where it's at right now, it is a Category 4 at the current moment. So she's a Cat 4 right now. We're sustaining about 145. I wouldn't be surprised if we're kind of near 150, given some of the latest Hurricane Hunter data that we've gotten. So we're about 145 right now. Pressure's down to 933 millibars and dropping very quickly. And on the forecast track, I mean, it is expected to become a Category 5 by tomorrow afternoon. So by tomorrow afternoon, here for 2 p.m. Eastern, we're expecting to, sustain about 160 mile-an-hour winds. We'll be gusting around 195 or so. So that's for tomorrow afternoon. That's what they have for 2 p.m. here. Then, of course, as we approach 2 a.m. on the 28th here, not much strengthening has occurred. But system will be making landfall in South Jamaica, likely right around 160 to 165, sustained, gusting about 195 to 200. So that's about the strength it'll be upon landfall. But like I said, I mean, it's not just the winds and the surges that's going to be a big problem, and it's also the rainfall too, which I'm going to bring that up for you guys again here. So this is the latest rainfall forecast here, which East Jamaica, I mean, we're talking possibly up to 40 inches in East Jamaica. Just for an example, 36 inches, that's 3 feet. So we're talking 3 feet and 4 inches of rain possible out there in East Jamaica. Some locally higher amounts in some places. But majority of Jamaica, we're mostly going to be 20 to 30 inches. Let's see. Is there any chance that the Barbados will get any rain effects? Let me look. Let's see, where is this at? Oh, yeah, this is all the way out here. Yeah, no, you'll be all right. The system is well far to your west. So, you'll be all right. King Twister says, "Hey man, a very slow hurricane is very bad, especially flooded for days." Yeah, it's not moving that fast. Fast-moving hurricane is not a problem, but still, yeah. But unfortunately, the system's kind of moving pretty slow. So it's just gonna have a chance to dump all kinds of rainfall over these areas here. I mean, they're going to be getting a lot of rain. I mean, even out there by, Cuba and stuff, too. Once the system makes landfall in Cuba, totals are upwards of 16 to 20 inches out there as well. So there's the little key you guys can see up there. Even Haiti and Dominican Republic going to be getting quite a bit. What's up, Simon? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, everybody, that's the storm right here. This is it right now. She is quite a beast. Quite a beast. You know, the eye is pretty cleared out at this point. Obviously, it's looking pretty good. Now the pressure. Actually, I think we got a new. Oh, the 11 o'clock update came out. Hold on a minute. What is it at now? Don't look like they changed anything. Yep. So 145 sustained, and we're still at 933, at least according to the program here. Let's see here. Let me bring this up real quickly. Yep. So latest info kept it the same. Hurricane Center mentioned Melissa likely to cause life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides in portions of Jamaica, southern Hispaniola. Hurricane conditions expected to begin by late tomorrow in Jamaica. Okay, the new cone hasn't came out on, or the new graphic here hasn't came out yet, but wouldn't be surprised if eventually the Bahamas here soon gets some watches. All right, let's take a peek at the models. Actually, do want to bring these up. Something we haven't really done tonight. Pull up the latest model guidance here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. I did something. Computer did not like that very much. Here we go. Oh my gosh, did it again. All right, let's see if I can do that without causing it to go crazy. All right. Here we go. So here's the latest HERF model. HWRF. So according to HWRF, it actually has a system maybe strengthening a little bit before pressure goes up a bit before landfall, which is an interesting take. So it goes over like the western side of Jamaica, according to the HWRF here. Then it hits East Cuba late the 28th, early 29th. Let's go to the HMON model. See. Yeah, see, HMON's a little bit different. Shows the system. Whoa. Shows that pressure getting down to lower 920s by tomorrow morning. Yeah, and then has it making landfall late tomorrow night, early tomorrow or early the 28th. What's up, Apostle? Good to see you. Oh my goodness, yeah, HAFSA. This is honestly one of the more aggressive models. Definitely one of the more aggressive ones overall. But it shows that pressure down in the lower 900s. Still unknown the exact point of landfall, but it'll be somewhere along the south central, southwestern side of Jamaica from what it looks like. So you're doing an awesome job. Can I explain the wind speed color? So this is the reflectivity showing the rainfall rates. This is not the wind speeds. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is just showing like precipitation rates, like how heavy the rain has fallen. All right, y'all. We're gonna take a little break. We'll be right back here in a few moments. So y'all hang tight for a minute, and we'll be right back. We'll keep up the stat for you guys here. So we'll be back here in probably about 5 minutes. Alrighty, everybody, we are back here. Just had to take a moment to go do something real quick. But anyways, everybody, hope everyone's doing well, staying safe out there. Most importantly, preparing and being weather aware. Got a pretty crazy little system going on out here. Just y'all, please be careful. And we'll be sure to be here for you guys and help y'all out. Let's see, tightly wrapped, symmetrical, scary. So yeah, I mean it's pretty solid. It's definitely pretty nasty looking here. Let's see if we can pull up another satellite view for you guys. Don't recognize location. South of Jamaica. Here's Jamaica right here. So there's the U.S. Here's Florida. Then you got Cuba. And then here's Jamaica. Hopefully that helps. Let's see. I'm going to bring up another sat view for you guys. Let's see here. All right. Should be a little bit better. Do meso floaters on it? Oh, we sure do. There we go. We'll grab the last 200 frames here from the storm. There it is. Oh, can't zoom in. I was trying to zoom in, but it wasn't wanting to. There you go. There's a good, good little view there for you guys. Yeah, so there's Jamaica right there. No, Florida's not in danger. Florida will be all right. Looks like it's just sitting in one place. It's unusual. Yeah, I mean, it's barely moving. It's only moving west at 5 miles an hour right now. So yeah, I mean, it's not moving that much right now. Let's try water vapor scan here. I mean, you can see that little dry slot right in the eye there. But yeah, no, Florida's fine. This is only really going to be a big problem for like Jamaica, Cuba. We have Haiti too, also like southern Haiti. Tropical storm conditions expected out there. But also the Bahamas too. So we're going to have landfall in the Bahamas right on the afternoon of Wednesday. We'll likely be right on Category 2 at that point. Like I mentioned, Bermuda's got to watch it too. You can see Bermuda's in the cone. They're literally in the middle of the cone here. So between Thursday and Friday, we'll get that storm kind of squeezing through. I mean, it could be a, could be right around Category 1 strength by then. Nothing on East Coast? Nah, it won't be a problem for the U.S. East Coast. Yeah, we actually got a little frontal system coming to save the day for the U.S. So all those storms that we've been seeing, y'all, in the U.S. for a little bit, all that storm activity we've been seeing has rolled its way eastward, which will continue pushing kind of northeast. That's actually what's causing the system to, Melissa, to move to the northeast, is that frontal system's kind of nudging it to the northeast. So it's kind of dragging it along. Imagine windmills in that thing. Oh, dude, they would collapse at that. Yeah. You'd be generating a lot of electricity until they would collapse. There ain't no way that those things would be able to withstand the winds of that. All right, here you go. All right, so here's the latest guided. Actually, here we go. This is the new cone that the new cone that the Hurricane Center has out. So we're sustaining. We're expected to sustain 160 at landfall, gusting 195. Larry says heading west. Yeah, projected to go northeast. Yeah, because this frontal system over here, you see it? So this guy moving northeast is going to drag the system behind it. I know it's moving west right now, but eventually it's going to turn. Trust the science. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no guidance. There's no guidance that suggests the thing going west any further than the cone has it. Thanks to modern weather models and stuff. Yeah, here's actually the hurricane models if you guys want to see them. Quite a beast. But there's a lot better agreement than there used to be. There used to be so much disagreement with the system. There for the longest time when we were tracking it. But yeah, the models have definitely looking a lot better. see 196. Yeah, so at landfall, that's what they have for gusts. Peak winds could get up to 195-ish. What's up, Mom? Good to see you. So once again, everybody, they actually have landfall here now at 8 a.m. on the 28th. So, let's see, in that 28th is Tuesday. So yeah, Tuesday morning is when they have landfall in Jamaica. Sustaining 160, gusting up 195. And then, of course, like I said, this thing goes through eastern Cuba, Category 3, sustaining about 130, roughly, estimating 130. And by the time it hits Cuba, too, we'll be, gusting around 155. That's near Cat 5 gusts. Kind of reminds you of Hurricane Isabel back in 2003. What, the eye? I don't really remember Isabel too much. I mean, I would have been 1 year old at the time. Yeah, I don't really remember Isabel too much. Alright, let's take a peek back at the rainfall, y'all. So, like I said, rain is going to be pretty concerning. They have eastern Jamaica in the region of possibly upwards of 40 inches. So that would be over 3 foot of rain. So what is that? 3 foot 4 inches of rain possible up there in eastern Jamaica. Now remember, this is pretty mountainous terrain too. So a lot of the water is going to be going down the mountains into the valleys. Just the sheer volume of water is going to be quite great. So that's why it's heavily advised just to stay away from not only the coast but also the valleys too. Out of the flood-prone areas, you're going to want to go into the. Honestly, the best place to be in Jamaica would be like on a hill. And in like a concrete building. See, praying for everyone in the path of hurricane. Absolutely, yeah. We'll be sure to keep them in your prayers for sure, everybody. But but also eastern Cuba too. We're gonna be getting quite a bit of rainfall too. They're going to be having that landfall Category 3. We'll be seeing about 16 to 20 inches out there. As of now, the southern Bahamas, it's kind of in the range of anywhere from 6 to 8 to 8 to 12. A bunker in the sky is ideal. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to be on those lower levels. You do not want to be down in the valleys or anything like that. Like I said, the coastal areas too, you do not want to be there. So, I mean, we still have time to prep. If you guys are in the coastal areas, it's heavily advised that you evacuate. Go further inland. Get out of the valleys. Stay away from them. And all that stuff. And like I said, just make sure that you guys have plenty of non-perishable foods and water. Would the winds be much stronger if they go over the mountains? Well, the winds will rapidly die down. Once it goes inland, because that lower level wind field gets disrupted pretty greatly. Let's see. Yeah, I wish it would just continue going west, but unfortunately we have that frontal system coming through, which will kind of allow for the system to pull northeast. Yeah, there's no guidance that has it continually moving westward, sadly. Seeing videos where people are staying there near the ocean, praying for them all. Yeah, it's not really ideal. Not advised to stay over there. Here, let's bring back up our high-res sat. Bring up our infrared view. There you go. Oh, you meant the people, not the storm. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, the storm. It's not gonna keep on trucking west, sadly. It would be ideal if it did. Let's see here. All right, y'all. We're gonna bring up the rainfall totals again for y'all, just for the people joining. So, on top of that, that big wind concern that we have, we're also going to have like a lot of rainfall there too. And we're going to be seeing up there in eastern Jamaica upwards of 40 inches of rain out there. And for central Jamaica, it'll be right around 20 to 30. The lowest amount of rain is probably going to be on the western side of Jamaica. Mm-hmm. But I mean, even then, it's still a lot of rain out there projected. Here's the table. So you guys look at the map here, and then there's the totals. Let me see if I can fit it all on the screen here. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see that pretty well. There's a lot of moisture, yeah. That it is, for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a plentiful amount of moisture. That's one of the things the system is definitely not lacking. But right now, everybody, the storm, I mean, it's barely moving. It's only moving west at 5 miles an hour right now. At least that's the last we saw. Yep, still moving west at 5. So she's moving pretty slow. Yeah. Melissa will probably be one of those retired names for sure. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. All right. Anyways, y'all, let's hop back over here. I do want to take a peek at the models again with you guys. Start with the HWRF here. So this is some of the guidance we have. So HWRF has the system going a bit further west than a lot of these other models do. So this actually has it going on the western side of Jamaica, making that landfall there. Then you have HMON. Having the system, let's see here, a little bit further eastward. What kind of storm surge I think they'll get? So there's no map from the Hurricane Center. They don't have any graphics on it. Unless it's like U.S. territory. I think that's when they do the surge maps. But surges will likely be above 20 feet. Because we're going to be gusting. We're going to be gusting around 195 miles an hour at landfall. What radar am I using? Oh, well, I ain't using a radar. This is satellite imagery. This is from COD. All right, y'all. We shall be right back. Give me one moment. We'll be right back with the coverage. Alrighty, everybody. We are back with the coverage. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, every once in a while we're going to be taking a few breaks every once in a while just so I can save my voice from talking for hours at a time. It's a lot, constantly talking, but anyways, I hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's staying safe out there. We'll pick back up where we left off here. So like I mentioned, y'all, one of the things that we do got to look out for is, the rainfall as well. That's, a lot of people are just thinking about the winds and all of that. Actually, one of the greatest concerns with this storm here is going to be the rainfall totals. We're actually seeing eastern Jamaica see upwards of 40 inches of rainfall, which is just crazy. So 40 up to 40 inches of rain up in eastern Jamaica. Central Jamaica is going to be right around 20 to 30. Let's see. 3Bolt says here in Asheville, North Carolina, super scared for Jamaica. Well, yeah, it's definitely a little concerning. I just hope everybody's getting ready for it. But I hope you're doing good, Bolts. Good to see ya. But on the forecast track, everybody, so the new update, the new Hurricane Center update actually came through not too long ago.
The 11 o'clock update has shown us that we're going to be seeing a Category 5 at landfall here in southwest Jamaica. We're going to be sustaining about 160 mile an hour winds, and we're going to be gusting up to about 195. So definitely going to be dealing with quite a bit of winds here. On top of all that rain and stuff. So, like I mentioned, if you guys can, go away from the coastal areas. Stay away from the coastlines. You do not want to be near those. So go further inland. Also, avoid the low-lying areas. Avoid the valleys. Just make sure that you avoid the valleys and everything. Because there's going to be a lot of rain. And, a lot of that's going to be ponding up. All that water's got to go somewhere. In which, like I mentioned, East Jamaica is going to be seeing about 40 inches of rain possibly. So quite a significant amount. Now, it's not just Jamaica that's under the big concern. We got to also remember that Cuba is going to be dealing with the system too. Still as a Category 3 at landfall. So it's expected Cat 5 landfall in Jamaica. Category 3 landfall in Cuba. Category 2 landfall in the Bahamas. And possibly Category 1 landfall in Bermuda. In the extended range. Too early to tell, for Bermuda, considering that's, the extended range and everything like that. System, here, I'll go and show you guys the cone here. The cone does go out over Bermuda. So here's Bermuda right here. The system will be right around Category 1 strength as it approaches near Bermuda. So... we also got to watch out there. So if you guys know anybody out there in Bermuda too, also need to pay attention to those regions as well, as we'll probably have some impacts here with that system. But yeah, by worst, the impacts are going to be out there by Jamaica. Here, let's bring back up the models, y'all. We're going to look at the HAFS-A. Definitely one of the more aggressive models. HAFS-A showing the system make landfall on the kind of south-central, the southern coast, southwestern, kind of west-central coast there of Jamaica. That's where it has that landfall occurring here. Looking at our lower dynamics, you can just see how strong these winds are. So the HAFS-A model suggests about 157 knots at landfall. That is ridiculous. Let me look and see just how much that is. I need to do the conversion here. Let's do knots to miles an hour. Okay, so 1 knot is 1.15 miles an hour. So 150 knots has it at 172. Oh, sorry, that's 150. Okay, so the HAFS-A model, this model has it making landfall at 180 sustained. But like I said, that's kind of one of the more aggressive models here. Yeah, I mean, you can just see how much the lower level wind field gets disrupted once the system makes landfall because of Jamaica's terrain. The mountainous terrain will actually kind of help disrupt its lower level circulation and kind of help break apart the storm a little bit. So by the time it makes landfall, it'll be at its strongest, and once it leaves Jamaica, it'll weaken a little bit. But then, of course, like I said, it's going to hit it's going to hit Cuba. And of course, once it goes over Cuba, it'll lose some more strength here. Then it'll head out there by the southern central Bahamas. And then continue, possibly out there towards Bermuda. So, let's see here. George says Jamaica will be safe. Hopefully. I mean, obviously, I hope that everybody's prepping for it. I mean, Jamaica is definitely going to be, in the crosshairs here of some of the heaviest conditions out of the storm here. So, yeah, definitely, we need to prep if you guys haven't already. We still have a little bit of time, like I mentioned, but time's running out, for preparations. I mean, we're already, experiencing some of that tropical storm force winds out here, which we're going to bring up the wind field for you guys. So this is the current. Oh, look at that! They actually removed those hurricane watches for Haiti. I had a feeling that those weren't going to materialize. Actually, I think I mentioned that earlier. But yeah, the tropical storm estimated wind field here is in the yellow. You can kind of see here, and then we have those hurricane force winds here, just in that little red bubble that you see there. So hurricane force conditions are still pretty far south of Jamaica. System's going to continue moving west here at 5 miles an hour. It's going to slow down and then shift its way to the northeast here, in which then it will, get closer to Jamaica there. But yeah, you can see those estimated tropical storm force winds are already impacting Jamaica here. Looks like Kingston right now is reporting about 31 mile an hour winds here. Melissa says I have another hurricane named after me. Yeah. Well, you want to know something? My name is Andrew, and I had Hurricane Andrew named after me. So, yeah, it makes two of us, huh? Most live in basic structures will be significant damage, unfortunately. Yeah, these people need to leave the coast. Like I said, y'all don't ride this thing out on the coastal areas. Here's a more high res sat for you guys. Y'all can see it a little bit more frames. This is the mesoscale floaters, which give us a little bit more detail, a little bit more high res, and a little bit more what is it? A little bit more frames available too. What's up, Peter? Good to see ya. Lori says, hi, what's up? Hope you're doing well. But be sure, guys, if you can, consider sharing this with your friends and your family. Just copy the link to it. Just help spread the awareness. I mean, if maybe you don't know anybody who lives here, but maybe somebody in your family does, which could be very beneficial to helping everybody be safe and be prepared. Like I said, I'm going to be on this here for a long time. Covering this. I mean, we're going to be streaming left and right for the next several days. Just making sure that everybody is staying prepared here. So, we'll be here for you guys. There's going to be multiple streams coming up here. So, as of now, there's no watches in effect for the Bahamas. I do anticipate for the Bahamas to be getting hurricane watches here probably pretty soon. Wouldn't be surprised by tomorrow morning if we had some hurricane watches in effect for the Bahamas. They did actually issue those hurricane warnings for eastern Cuba because, they're expecting landfall. Out here in eastern Cuba, they're expecting landfall of a Category 3. We'll be sustaining about 130. Sorry, hold on. Let's start with 125. Yeah, but right around 127 actually. So at the point of landfall here in Cuba, it'll actually be an upper level Category 3 storm here. So it's still going to be quite significant. Making landfall there in Jamaica's Cat 5 here in the morning of the 28th is what they have it as. Sustaining, so this is at landfall. We'll be sustaining about 160 mile an hour winds. So that's constant winds towards the center. Will be about 160. And, the gusts will be right around 195 miles an hour. So it'll be a Cat 5 at landfall in Jamaica. And then for Cuba, it'll be either an upper level Category 3 or a lower Category 4. Let's see. 40 to 60 inches of rain is no joke on the mountainside. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's actually one of the most significant concerns. Not only do we have winds being a really big problem, but also the rain is going to be a huge issue as well. I'll go ahead and bring that up for you guys again. So this is the latest guidance on the rainfall here. So they do have East Jamaica in the range here of seeing possibly 40 inches or more, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, for the majority of Jamaica, we're going to be mostly 20 to 30 inches of rain. Did anyone evacuate? I'm sure people have evacuated, but not everybody did. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get everybody off the island, unfortunately. From what I've heard, the planes have already been grounded. I don't think that they're doing any more flights. From what I've heard, I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard that they've stopped doing flights and that there's people that want to escape that can't. And that's sad. But honestly, I mean, in Jamaica, from the way it looks, landfall is probably going to be somewhere along the south, central, or the western side here of Jamaica. I think that the landfall is going to be slightly, like west of Kingston and whatnot. So honestly, the best bet, in my opinion, would be to go to the eastern side of Jamaica. Yeah, if you guys can like somehow work your way out in the eastern side of Jamaica, make sure that you are well away from the coast. Also make sure that you are not in any valleys or anything. See, the problem is, though, is that this side, this is where most of the rain's going to be. Most of the winds are going to be, over here. So it's I mean, really no area in Jamaica, unfortunately, is really super safe. But if it was up to me, I mean, I would go as far from the center as possible. Just make sure that you go somewhere where, it's not a low-lying spot. Make sure that you go somewhere where there's, tons of, hills or whatever. Just if you can get on a hill, if you can get in a concrete structure, that would be your best bet. But yeah, the problems really arise is where, those low-lying areas are, the coastal areas, as well as, because that's where all the rain is going to end up, is in the valleys. And, in the coastal areas, that's where a lot of the strongest winds and even the surges, So the three main problems with this system is going to be the winds, the surges, and the rainfall. And like I said, these rain totals are completely off the chart. I mean, we're talking possibly up to 40 inches of rain. You heard that correctly. 40 inches. That's about 3 feet, 4 inches of rainfall. Which is pretty crazy. Let's see here. That's the mountain area for the highest, but expect flooding everywhere and everywhere. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's where a lot of the heaviest rainfall is going to be, is in eastern Jamaica there with that 40-inch margin. But like I said, just stay out of the valleys. If you can, find a higher elevation spot with a concrete structure. That'll be the best scenario. Storm surge expected up to how high? So, Hurricane Center, they don't have any graphics available for the storm surge, but given those winds, it would not surprise me if it was well over 20 feet. See, I'm in Florida. This is crazy. Pray for Jamaica. I'm in Florida too, actually. I'm in Polk County. It's where I'm here. Actually, I'm in the Lakeland area, which is the home of the hurricane hunters. Pretty cool. So. But yep, there. Let's hop back over here, y'all. We're gonna talk timing, and I know a lot of you guys are probably wondering like what's going on with the timing and such. There we go. So the timing, like I mentioned, it's different for everybody. We're gonna have multiple landfalls. Remember, this is not solely just Jamaica. Okay. We also got Cuba. Jamaica is going to experience some of the worst of it. The Category 5 landfall in Jamaica. So landfall is going to be sometime in the morning of Tuesday for Jamaica. Will likely be sustaining about 160, I'd say possibly up to 165 sustained at landfall. We'll be gusting about 195 to 200 miles an hour. So that'll be the strength at landfall in Jamaica. So that'll be 8 a.m. on Tuesday. That's when the Hurricane Center projections right now has the system making landfall in Jamaica. Now, system will continue to roll through. By 8 p.m. Tuesday, system rolls off of Jamaica, but it does approach Cuba for a second landfall, in which it'll be sometime in the later evening of Tuesday, early morning Wednesday, for that landfall in Cuba. Now, projections has Cuba getting impacted as a Category 3. We'll be sustaining nearly 130. Honestly, 130 or greater, that would be a Cat 4 still. So, I mean, we're basically near upper level Category 3, lower Cat 4 landfall, once the system rolls through Cuba. So, that's that. Now, hopping back to the timing and such, Cuba's landfall is going to be somewhere for the evening of Tuesday, early Wednesday. Then the system will continue pulling northwest. It'll exit Cuba, likely as a Category 2 storm, then roll up into the southern Bahamas here for the evening of Wednesday. So it'll be kind of the afternoon, evening for the heaviest landfalls here. The heaviest landfalls there in the Bahamas. So, anyways, we'll definitely be following those areas too. Like I said, spotlight right now is on Jamaica, but we can't forget about the other areas too, because they're also in the bullseye. Let's see here. Peter says, "Hey, I'm up here on East Coast. Hope it doesn't come near me." Nah, it's not going to hit the U.S. at all. The U.S. is going to be fine. Like we mentioned here, we do have this little frontal system right here. This guy is working its way here to the east overall. So this guy's working eastward. This right here, this is Melissa working its way up here to the northeast. So the reason that Melissa is going to be changing directions is because of this little frontal system, kind of shielding the U.S., kind of dragging the storm behind it. Some of those winds are going to start to move that system around a little bit. So that's the reason why it's going to turn. I know a lot of people were wondering if there's any chance of it continually going west, and the answer to that is unfortunately no. All guidance here suggests that it will just continue or eventually shift northward. What's up, Christy? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. See, getting information, there's a really bad storm in Florida over the East Coast, flooding my Facebook. Really? Is that so? Here, let me... Ooh, you know what? I do see that. Apparently there's a lot of flash flood considerable warnings out here. Let's check on that. Thanks for letting me know, Christy. What is this? Mount Dora. Towards Eustis, Grand Island. Let's see. Flash flood emergency. I didn't know that. Good thing you mentioned that. Holy cow. Whoa. Hold on. Wait. What? Between 15 and 18 inches of rain has fallen. Flooding of homes and numerous roadways in the area have been reported. What the heck? Christy, thank you for letting me know about this. That is crazy. Yeah, so this area up in Florida had 15 to 18 inches of rain from the storm, apparently. 1 to 2 inches more is possible. That is ridiculous. So that's just northwest of Orlando there. Out by Eustis, Mount Dora, Grand Island area. Wow. Man, what's going on with this weather lately, man? It's just, it's been rough. Between Melissa and Florida and all them tornadoes we've been getting, it's crazy. Y'all, we're getting close to 31,500 subs, so if you haven't already, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. That way y'all can be up to date with the latest weather. We'll be here for y'all. Like I said, we'll be pumping out this content here crazy lately, with all the storms that we have going through, man. It's wild out there. But we'll keep y'all updated. Y'all, please be careful. Please be safe. Like I mentioned, if you're going to be impacted in Jamaica, be sure that you have plenty enough food and water, and make sure it's non-perishable foods, because we are going to be losing power. There's no way that power is going to stay on, unfortunately. See, Christy says, no problem. A lot of people are saying that they had to move their cars, massive amounts of flooding. Yeah, it's for what it sounds like. It's crazy. Yeah, the warning out there It did say that there's reports of numerous homes that have been flooded and roadways. So that's crazy. What's up, Chantel? Good to see you. What's up, John? Random says, what's the outlook for the Turks and the Calicos? Let me bring up the Turks here for you. I'll show you where it is in relation to everything here. So the Turks and the Calicos, you can see. Okay, they're on the southern side. So there's no watches out yet. I do anticipate there to be hurricane watches for the general region here, probably within the next couple of updates here. We'll have to see what happens with it. But yeah, I mean, there's no watches in effect yet. Those will probably be hurricane watches out there because the system is going to be going through the southern, central and southern Bahamas here. Now, for you, it looks like the system's probably just going to brush to the west of you. But that being said, I mean, the cone here is where the center could go, not where the effects are going to be in. So we'll need you to watch it. Just make sure you're staying up to date and stay tuned with the channel. We'll keep you updated. Like I said, we're going to be live a lot over the next several days here. See, Fort Lauderdale is insane right now. Never heard thunder like this in my life. Yeah, those storms are pretty crazy. That's actually a part of that frontal system that's been, driving all that severe weather and stuff, for like Louisiana, Texas area for the last couple days. And, that's actually the system that we're dealing with now out there. This is the system that's going to bring Melissa to the north. So, the system that you're getting right now is partially what's going to be bringing Melissa upwards. Actually, look at this. Look at that little shift. See, it's wobbling a little bit. I mean, the core, you can see it was going a little bit kind of southwest. Now it looks like it's kind of moving west-northwest. And these things like to wobble quite a bit. Christy says, don't forget to like and subscribe. Show some love for the channel and weather community. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate it. You rock, my friend. Thank you for your support. It's good to see you. But for the people wondering right now, Melissa is a Category 4. Even though it looks like a Cat 5, it's not a Cat 5 yet. It is a very impressive-looking Category 4, I will tell you that. But it is sustaining about 145 mile-an-hour winds right now. Definitely a beast. We're sustaining 145. So to be classified as a Category 5, y'all, it has to have sustained winds of 157 and greater. So 145, we're like 12 miles an hour short from Category 5. But we're already gusting well into Cat 5 strength. So, those peak wind gusts are already up there. What's up, Raul? Good to see ya. Hope you are doing well. But anyways. But then the system, like I said, it's going to continue northwest. By the time... So tomorrow morning, Hurricane Center by 8 a.m. Has the system here... let's see here. Has the system at 155. So that'll be 2 mile an hour short from a Category 5 by 8 a.m. tomorrow, which will be gusting up to 190. What's up, Chantel? Good to see you. Says the pressure consistent with the normal Cat 4. So the pressure right now is 933. Yeah, that's about right. Pressure's not always the same. It also, a lot of it has to do with the size of the storm too. Size of the storm. If you got a system that's more compact, it's really in the gradient of which the pressure drops. But yeah, that's pretty normal though. When does it hit Jamaica? It's gonna hit Jamaica here for the morning of the 28th. So this will be on Tuesday morning. 8 a.m. What the Hurricane Center has it as. Cat 5 landfall, 160 sustained, gusting 195. Nick, thank you so much for the 5, dude. Oh my goodness, that was really nice of you. Nick, thank you for the support, dude. That is greatly appreciated. Y'all in chat, please give Nick a big thank you for the $5 donation. $5 super chat. Thank you so much, dude. That means a lot to me. Helps me out a ton. Thank you. It'll help keep our programs running too. Help keep us running. So, thank you, dude. That's really nice of you, man.
Let's see. It looks like it started moving north. It's just kind of wobbling right now. So it did move a little bit southwest, and then now it's starting to kind of move a little bit more west northwest here. It's just, yeah, I mean it's all over the place. Let's see here. Imagine Melissa reaches over 200-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's expected to have gusts up to 195 at landfall. So, Christy, oh my gosh, dude. No way. Christy coming in with a $20 super chat. Oh my goodness, Christy. Thank you so much for that. Holy cow. Saying thanks for covering as always. No problem, my friend. Thank you so much, Christy. You absolutely rock, my friend. You did not have to do that. Thank you so much. Y'all, big shout out goes to Nick and Christy. You guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you all. But like I said, y'all, here's the timing on the system. 8 a.m. Tuesday. This is when we're expecting that landfall there, in the Jamaica area. So it'll be 8 a.m. on Tuesday. We do have, let's see here, 8 p.m. on Tuesday. That's kind of when it approaches eastern Cuba overall. Oh, no. You're kidding, dude. Nick just donated 50. What? No way, man. Holy cow. Said you're welcome one. Dude, Nick, y'all, please give Nick a big thank you in the chat. What an absolute legend. Dude, no way. Thank you so much, man. That is so nice of you. That is greatly appreciated. Big shout out. Nick, you are amazing, dude. Same as you, Christy. All of you guys are. Thank you for the support. Helps keep us running. You guys are amazing. Wow. Thank you, Nick. Once again, dude. That is very nice of you. Holy cow. Y'all definitely made my night. Thanks for the support, y'all. Big thank you. But hopping back over here, y'all. Like I said, I mean, here's the current sat view for the people who's wondering. Right now, we are sustaining. Let's see here, 145. So we're sustained at 145. We're probably gusting upwards about I can't even English. Probably gusting of upwards of about 160 or so. Somewhere around there right now. Let's see here. Laurie says, will there be any effects on the United States? If so, what effects and where in the U.S.? So no, the system is actually going to be rolling away from the U.S. So it's going to be rolling east of the U.S., so we're not going to have any impacts out there. So we'll be all right in the States. Yeah, this is mostly a problem for like the Caribbean islands of Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, and Bermuda out there. That's possibly Bermuda. Bermuda is in the cone in the far extended range, which it's a little early to tell for sure, but if they're going to have like hurricane impacts or not. Storm will be roughly around Category 1 in the forecast as it approaches near Bermuda. So we'll just have to see what happens with it. What's up, Janice? Good to see you. Chase says, so the frontal system, let's see, you're keeping the storm far away from... Yeah. Why is it moving some slow? Because it's stalling. There's not a whole lot of, there's not a really lot of current moving the system right now. It's slowed down ahead of that frontal system. There's just really not a lot of winds that's like pushing it around too much. Is it starting to take the turn yet? So it is just kind of wobbling a lot. Right now it's just kind of wobbling a bit all over the place. Let's see here. What's up, Donovan? Hope you're doing good. Let's see, this reminds me, or this is remnants of Dorian 1. There's a Cat 3 set over the Bahamas. The remnants? What? Dorian? You mean it reminds you of Dorian? I was gonna say Dorian. That was years ago. It's been a
while since Dorian was around. There you go. There you go, Christy.
It reminds you of Hurricane Dorian. It's out of
The Bahamas is Cat 5. Yeah, I know what you meant. But yeah, I agree.
All right, y'all. Here's once again, this is the timing with everything. So yeah, landfall is gonna be somewhere in the morning. There's my cat. If y'all hear him, he's gonna be meowing quite a bit. So if you hear him, he wants his attention. But anyways, landfall is gonna be for the morning of Tuesday. Tuesday morning, Hurricane Center has it about right around 8 a.m. or so at that landfall. What happens if it doesn't start turning in the next 24 hours? I mean, it's gonna. I mean, there's no model projections that suggest it won't. All models do have the system eventually turning westward. So, what's up, Jesse? Good to see you. Hey, Andrews, things pretty intense, huh? Yeah, it's quite a beast, unfortunately. I heard this is one of the most, if not the most impactful storm that will ever hit, or that has ever hit Jamaica, at least on record. History of the Earth, I mean, I'm sure there's definitely been hurricanes that are way stronger, but still, you know what I'm saying? The ones that's been, since we've started recording them and such, this has definitely been one of the most significant storms out there. All right, we're going to bring y'all back over here, y'all, to the rainfall totals. Also, the very deep convection is impressive in the storm structure, but I dread destruction come from Jamaica. Yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely convecting pretty good. That's for sure. All right, here, y'all, here's the totals. The rainfall totals here. So East Jamaica, we have possibly upwards of 40 inches, which is, that's kind of one of the most significant parts. Upwards of 40 inches of rain out there in East Jamaica, which, yeah, that's going to be quite impactful overall. So 40 inches of rain up in East Jamaica. The majority of the area up here in the pink, that's where we could be seeing upwards of like 20 to 30 inches of rain out there. Let's see here. What's up, Kara? Good to see you. But like I said, we can't forget about Cuba either, y'all, because Cuba's going to be, next. They're next in line. We're going to be dealing with probably a category right around a Category 3 landfall out there. What's the storm surge height? Hurricane Center does not have any graphics on that right now. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they do that outside of U.S. territories. But if I was to say, it would definitely be likely over 20 feet. All right, everybody. We'll be back here in a few moments. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we shall be back. Y'all hang tight. We'll keep the sat view up for you guys. We'll be back here in a few moments. Alrighty, we are back here, y'all. What's up, everybody? Isaac says hello. Hope those in Jamaica have evacuated. Stay safe. Yep, absolutely. Good to see you, Isaac. Hope you're doing good, my friend. But yeah, I've heard that some people have, but not everybody's been able to evacuate, sadly. But anyways, hope everyone's doing good. We're back. We're probably gonna end the stream soon. We've been going for quite a bit. It's getting kind of late here too. So, but hope everyone is doing well. Here, we're gonna hop on over here to the totals again real quickly. So there's the rainfall totals. We're going to be dealing with, like I said, upwards of 40 inches of rain. What's up, Jesse? Did I see your previous question? Yeah, I responded to you. I don't know if you saw it in the chat. Let's see. What's up, Gabriel? Good to see you. But yeah, majority of Jamaica is going to be dealing with 20 to 30 inches of rain. And, you know, eastern Jamaica, we have that little 40-inch margin. I'm using the Hurricane Center's page for the projections and stuff. All right, everybody, I'm gonna roll off here for now. We'll give you guys more of an update here later on tomorrow. It's just getting a bit late, but we'll see you guys later on. Thank y'all for joining. All right, see you later, everybody. Thanks for joining. Catch y'all on the next one. Hey, guys, before I roll off, I actually have a question for you. Would you want me to keep the stream running? No commentary? Just to have the sat view up and stuff like that? Because I would be more than happy to keep it up for you guys, if you'd like. Let me, I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll in the chat real quickly. Let's see here. All right, there we go. I started a poll for you guys to vote, just to see. I figured, I mean, it could still help people, like, to see what the storm's doing and everything. So, might keep it up. I don't know. We shall see. Can I check the tornado warning? Yeah. Yeah, actually, I saw that a second ago. Oh, I didn't see it was confirmed. Oh, buddy, hold on a minute. Let's see real quick. Yep, there it is. There's that debris signature there. Yep, that's out by Alberta, southwest of Seminole, not Seminole. All right, everybody, we'll keep it up. We'll keep up everything for y'all. Keep up satellite view for everybody. That way we can, you know, still keep y'all in the loop with everything going on. You know what I can do? I'm gonna make something for you guys. Hold on a minute. So I can keep this up, I'm going to have the sat view on top. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Let's add another display capture. Bear with me, y'all. That's the sub count. There we go. we go. Good enough. All right, everybody. Well, I just want to say thank you all for joining. Like I said, we'll keep this up here for a while so you guys can look at it and stuff. I might zoom out just a tad so you guys can probably see the totals here. There we go. You guys have a great night. Thanks for joining. We'll catch you guys in the next one. I'm going to roll off here. I mean, I might pick up on commentary this evening, but at least for now, we're going to roll off, and I'll keep this up so you guys can see what's going on. All right? All right, everybody. Thanks for joining. Catch you on the next one. Alrighty, everybody. We're going to be picking up here for a bit of an update here, y'all. We're going to take a break from the current automated thing we have going on here. So we're going to hide the bottom panel just for a bit of an update for y'all. What's up, y'all? Good to see ya. Welcome back for the people who have just been kind of chilling and hanging out with us here. We're going to go ahead and end this poll we had a while ago. So it seems like a lot of you guys want us to keep everything open and going and stuff like that. So we'll be sure to keep the stream going so that you guys can see everything that's going on. But anyways, we got some updates for y'all here on the tropics. So if y'all are wondering, it is a Cat 4. She's a Category 4 right now, sustaining winds of 145 miles an hour. We're likely gusting upwards of 160 or so currently. So definitely quite a significant storm. The system's going to continue moving westward over the next little bit here. We're going to be a Category 5 as we approach the afternoon now of the 27th. So today is now the 27th here. It's just after midnight in the Eastern time zone. But yeah, we're going to be sustaining 106, or we're going to be sustaining about 160 by this evening here. We'll be gusting up to 195 or so. Taking a peek here back overall at the rainfall projections. I do want to hop you guys over here. So Eastern Jamaica. We are expecting to possibly be dealing with a good upwards of 40 inches of rain. Yes, 40 inches of rain for Eastern Jamaica. We're going to be sustaining quite a bit of water, essentially. You know, a lot of that surge coming in, the coastal flooding, and on top of that, we're going to be dealing with a lot of fresh water coming in too from all this rain. So the eastern side of Jamaica, we do have a patch from the weather prediction center, which we'll be seeing possibly upwards of 40 inches of rainfall out there, which is just ridiculous. So that's about 3 feet, almost 3.5 foot of rain possible in eastern Jamaica. Now for the central side, we're going to be dealing with about 20 to 30 inches of rain out there for the majority of the population. For the majority of central Jamaica, we'll be dealing with about 20 to 30 inches of rain out there. So that's for Jamaica. Now, you got to remember, this is also going to be a bit of a concern for like Cuba as well. We do have eastern Cuba, 16 to 20 inches of rain overall. So we'll be looking out for that. What's up, Don? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, about 16 to 20 inches out there for the southeastern side of Cuba as of right now. So we'll continue to watch it. And, of course, the Bahamas, we're about 6 to 8 for the majority of the south-central side. So we'll definitely be watching this pretty closely. All right, so hopping back, I do want to show you guys the high-res satellite view. This is the mesoscale floater that we have right now on Melissa. As you can see, it's got a pretty nice eye. Everything's looking pretty symmetrical. System is doing phenomenal right now. Unfortunately, given it is quite a beast. The environment that the storm is in, there's not much that's holding it back. I mean, we got little to no wind shear, which is winds acting against the storm to kind of disorganize its structure. There's little to no wind shear affecting the storm currently. It's got plenty amounts of moisture all throughout Central America, actually pulling a lot of moisture into the system here on the right-hand side. You can actually see that a lot of the convection, a lot of the storm activity is actually on the eastern side of the storm here due to an abundance of moisture that's actually in place just south of the storm. So moisture is not an issue either. Plus, the waters out here are extremely warm. I mean, we're talking some of these waters of about 30 degrees Celsius, which is very hot. So for the people who don't know Celsius, that's about 87 Fahrenheit. So the sea surface temperatures are about 87 degrees Fahrenheit, which is very warm for tropical development. Now, for tropical development to occur and sustain itself, you typically need sea surface temperatures of about 26 degrees Celsius or greater. And we have 30 degrees Celsius waters, so the waters are not an issue at all. very, very warm waters. Everything's just kind of in place. Like I said, there's really just not a whole lot that's really holding the system back. I mean, it's like I mentioned, kind of full throttle at this point in time. But if you guys have any questions, I'll be here for a little bit. I'm going to be in and out time to time, giving you guys periodic updates. We'll keep the stream going for a while. I mean, we've already almost been streaming for 3 hours at this point. So we will, just keep going in and out. Storm's kind of wobbling a bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. We'll zoom in on this satellite view real quickly so you guys can see. You can see it's kind of been like waving a little bit. What's up, Steven? Good to see you. 11 o'clock update. Moving west at 5 miles an hour. Minimal pressure down to 933 millibars. Max sustained at 145. So I got some info for y'all, actually. We actually now have a new mission. Hurricane hunters are now... They took off from, I believe, Carousel. That's where they took off from. But we got Air Force mission, or AF-301. They are going into the storm here. So we'll have some data coming through. We'll get some more data. Actually, the NOAA Hurricane Hunters, they actually landed here in Lakeland not too long ago, actually where I'm at. So I'm actually streaming from Lakeland. What's up, Steven? Good to see you. Saying, how are you? I'm doing good. Just tired. Tired, and I want the storm to go away so I can get some rest. But I'm doing good. What's up, Coolio? Good to see you. Or Cooley. But I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing good as well. And like I said, everybody, if you know anybody out here, just make sure that they know what's going on. Make sure that they're prepped and ready to go. Like I said, we're gonna be here for you guys. We'll be doing so many updates for y'all. We'll just keep on posting up these these forecasts and everything for you guys, because it's very important that y'all stay up to date with this. This is gonna be the most significant storm that Jamaica has probably ever seen, from what I've heard. Yeah, Jamaica, this is definitely going to be very impactful regardless. So if you guys are just now joining us, we are expecting landfall as a Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica. So it'll be a Cat 5 in Jamaica upon landfall. Now, landfall is going to be somewhere in the morning of the 28th, so tomorrow morning. Today's the 27th. It's just turned the 27th here in the Eastern Time Zone. So for the morning of the 28th, right around 8 a.m., Hurricane Center has the storm at a Category 5, sustaining 160 mile an hour winds, and will be gusting almost 200, about 195 will be gusting to. So it's going to make landfall through the morning of the 28th. Then it'll come off of Jamaica. It'll downgrade to a Cat 3. And by then, just before we make landfall in eastern Cuba, we'll be sustaining about 130 almost. So almost Cat 4, actually. So it'll be sustaining about 127, gusting about 155. It'll be Cat 3 at landfall. Eastern Cuba will be pretty much for the evening of the 28th. System will exit Cuba as a Category 2, almost sustained of 100 miles an hour, or around 100 miles an hour, gusting about 120 as it rolls into the southern Bahamas. As it passes through the Bahamas, it'll be downgraded into a kind of a mid-upper level mid-upper level Category 1. And it'll continue working its way here to the east. Now, here's the thing, y'all. Bermuda might be impacted as well. Now, you can see Bermuda's literally smack dab in the middle of the cone of uncertainty. Now, given it is the cone of uncertainty, the center of the storm could be as far west as the left bracket, as far east as the bottom bracket. So the center could, oscillate anywhere in between these areas. This is not where the effects are going to be felt. This is where the center could end up. So with that being said, if the center ends up on the left side, on the right side, it would be far enough away from Bermuda, which it would probably just sustain maybe tropical storm conditions. But if it continues and goes right through the middle, that would allow for Bermuda to possibly deal with hurricane conditions. So yeah, that's going to need to be monitored. It's a bit in the in the extended range here, but just wanted to point that out. So we do need Bermuda to keep an eye on this storm as well. If you know anybody out there, give them a heads up. Rebecca says this will be worse than the Labor Day hurricane of 1938. I don't recall that storm here. Hey, let me look it up. Labor Day hurricane 19. Is it 1935 or 38? Wait, did you say 38 or 35? This pulls up 35. Let's see here. This says sustained winds of 185, pressure of 892. Yeah, it's not forecasted to get that low. Susie says, what are the current sustained winds? Right now it's a Category 4. We're sustaining 145 mile-an-hour winds. So we're gusting more towards 160 or so. The central low pressure is now down to 933 millibars. And the system is moving west at 5 miles an hour. So it's not a very speedy system. And, that makes it very concerning because, the system's just going to sit over one area for a while. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to kind of sit over Jamaica for a long time, which is going to continuously batter them with those significant winds, the surges, and, of course, the flooding threat, Flooding threat's actually what I'm really concerned about. I'm obviously concerned about everything else too, but what's really got me really concerned is going to be the flooding threat out here. Because we're going to be seeing an unprecedented amount of precipitation. Eastern Jamaica, we're going to see possibly upwards of 40 inches of rain with this system. So East Jamaica, now you got to remember, this is also the terrain out here in Jamaica is pretty mountainous. There's a bit of mountains, so a lot of the water is going to roll into the valleys, which is going to be a pretty large sheer volume of water. It's going to roll through the valleys, and that's going to be pretty concerning because it will allow for a lot of water to build up, essentially. So we got to exit. Make sure if you guys are in the valleys, if you're in a flood-prone area in Jamaica, you need to evacuate. Same thing for the coastal areas. You guys need to evacuate. At least go inland, Go inland, find somewhere. Just do not be near the coast. You do not want to be on the coast or in the valleys during this storm as it approaches. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you. Let's see, 750 millimeters of rain. Yeah, so that's what the Hurricane Center actually has. You could see, the WPC. So in that 40-inch margin from East Jamaica, that is going to be a well above 750 millimeters of rain. I think you guys go off of millimeters. I don't think you guys use inches. So there's both here for, so you guys can see both of the conversions. But yeah, that area is going to see 750 or greater, which is quite significant. For the majority of Jamaica, you can see that we're in the range of 20 to 30 inches, which is the pink area, in which that is 500 to 750 millimeters of rain. So definitely got to keep an eye on it. Susie Q says, my prayers to the Jamaicans. So much water, cannot imagine. Thanks for answering my question. Yeah, no problem. You're very welcome. Like I said, I'm here for you guys. If y'all have any questions, I will be here to answer them. Like I said, we're going to be kind of on and off out of the stream. So there's going to be some parts of the stream that's just going to kind of be automated. And some of it's just going to be kind of, where I pop in every once in a while because I need to take breaks. Talking, I can't talk for hours at a time. I can, but it causes my head to start pounding if I talk too much. So I'll be in and out every once in a while. But yeah, make sure. We'll definitely keep Jamaica in our prayers for sure, and we'll definitely keep you guys updated. Like I said, we're gonna keep on pumping out the streams a lot over the next several days. We're gonna be sure to keep you guys updated with all the new info and everything. So we'll be here for you. And like I mentioned, guys, the chat is open. If you guys have any comments, if y'all want to ask any questions about the storm, I will be more than happy to answer anybody. Like I said, we're here for you. We care about you. I'm just trying to do the best I can to help out everybody, So, anyways, let's see here. What's up? Sorry, good to see ya. Ryan says I was a 209th like and a sub. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ryan. Yeah, thank you to everybody who subscribed and also donated and supported us. Like I said, it helps out a ton. It ensures that we can keep on doing what we do. Donations and stuff like that really do help out, and they do keep us rolling. Couldn't do it without y'all support. So I just want to say thank you. It allows for us to keep our programs up and running too. So just thank you for everybody. And also thanks for the people who've subscribed and who have liked. And just thank you for everybody, just for hanging out here. What's up, Anthony? Good to see you. All right, we're going to hop into models. We're going to take a few moments to switch over to the hurricane models here. I think we still have the 18 UTC. I think it's still the latest, yeah. So we have the 18 UTC HWRF model run here. So this is, we're going to look at a couple of these model runs to kind of show y'all what's going on here. So HWRF is one of the models that really has the system going pretty far west. This model actually has it going so far west that it's almost missing the west coast or the west side of Jamaica here. So HWRF has a system kind of going through impacting West Jamaica for the morning of the 28th. So that's when we're expecting those hurricane conditions and the landfall and all that stuff. Switching over to HMON. HMON's a little bit later, but HMON also suggests the landfall more east as compared to the HWRF model. Shows the system, rolling on the south side. Brian says we're in Jamaica. It's gonna get so Jamaica. So the worst hit. All of Jamaica is going to be feeling this big time. Both in terms of winds and the rainfall. The worst in terms of wind will probably be somewhere on the south-central, southwestern coast. The worst in terms of the rain will likely be on the eastern side of Jamaica. Mary says, do I think that it's going to hit Florida? I'm from South Carolina on the coast. No, this is not going to hit Florida. This is not going to hit anywhere in the United States. Reason being is we actually do have... this system, this little disturbance that we've seen a lot of severe weather come from, that system we've actually been tracking the last couple of days throughout the south, with all that severe weather and stuff, that'll be working eastward, and this will actually kind of pull Melissa up north, this little disturbance here. So it's actually like a shield for Florida and for the U.S. in general. Let's see here. Keith says, good evening. How much more strengthening do I anticipate before it makes landfall in Jamaica? Good question. So the Hurricane Center, they actually have the system making landfall at sustained winds of 160 miles an hour. We'll be gusting right around 195 at the point of landfall. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll be anywhere from 160 to 165 at landfall, and gusts between 195 to 200 would probably be a good range of what... we're going to be seeing with the winds at landfall. So that's what we're looking at. So we are still expecting strengthening between now and until the point of landfall with this system. We will be seeing the system continually strengthen. Like we mentioned previously, there's really not a lot that's preventing the system from weakening. Like I mentioned before, it's pretty much all gas at this point. We're full throttle. The environment is very conducive for tropical development. We have little to no wind shear that's affecting the storm's strength. Because if you have a lot of wind shear, wind's acting against the storm itself, it could allow for disruptions of its structure to occur, allowing it to weaken. But that's not the case. There is little to no wind shear that's preventing the thing from weakening. On top of that, there's a plentiful amount of moisture.
you can really see a lot of its moistures on the eastern side. We got some real heavy convection just east of the main system here. We actually have a lot of moisture coming in from Central America that's keeping the storm pretty moist and saturated. And then, of course, the third and one of the final things for tropical development is the sea surface temperatures. You know, those waters out there, they are very warm, you know, supplying a lot of latent heat to the system, in which we're seeing, you know, a good amount of, you know, heat being absorbed into the storm, which the waters out there over where the storm is at right now is 30 Celsius, which is very warm. That's about 87 Fahrenheit, roughly. So, definitely very warm waters. Now, for tropical development and sustainability, you know, you need those low level, or you need those ocean surface temperatures to be about 26 degrees Celsius and greater. And we're at 30, so we're very warm out there. But yeah, I mean, like I said, there's just really not a whole lot that's holding it back. I mean, it's pretty much full throttle, and it's going to continue to be in this environment for the next day or so. You know, so it has plenty enough time to, you know, pick up in strength and sustain itself. Hopefully that answers some of your all's questions. How wide is Melissa? Well, let me look. I think I can check with the program here. Let me see. Here we go. Here's a measure. Okay, so from the west side of convection to the east side of convection, this is about 222 miles across. Now, if I was to zoom in and measure the eye, which we'll do now, let me go ahead and get the last frame here. So from the west side of the eye to the east side of the eye, that is approximately 18 miles. From the north side of the eye to the south side of the eye, that is approximately 17 miles. So almost symmetrical, not quite. I mean, it's a little lopsided, but it's still a beast. Don't get me wrong. But like I mentioned, you know, there's a heavy amount of influence. You know, in terms of storm activity on the east side of the system too. I mean, we got a lot of heavy convection. Let's see. I have a question coming in from Ryan. Ryan saying, does this make any landfall on the mainland? Are you talking about Jamaica? Because, yeah, this thing's going to be making landfall over Jamaica. You can see the cone here. The cone goes as far west. It's just barely off the west side of Jamaica. But, yeah, this is likely going to be making a direct landfall in Jamaica. But if you're talking about the United States, no, this is not going to hit the U.S. So the U.S. will be fine. The reason is because we have a cold front. We have a frontal system, you know, working its way to the southeast here, which is going to kind of shield the system overall. What's up, Reese? It's good to see you. Prayers to everyone impacted by the storm. Absolutely. But anyways, so that's the latest. But yeah, the eye right now is about 18 miles from east to west, and about 17 from north to south. So it definitely is quite a decent storm here. Let's check up on the hurricane hunters. Let's see what we got going on out there. We do have some new recon missions going on. So let's see. We had one that took off from out there by Carousel. They're en route. They have not made it to the storm yet. Okay, so we'll definitely keep an eye on it. We'll see what happens. Whenever they get to the storm, we'll hop in every now and then and check on it. So, anyways, Reese says you don't know what you're talking about, dude. The frontal system has everything to do with the system moving eastward. Yes, it does. But here, let me remove this guy. We don't need people spreading misinformation. Do I expect it'll go through another eyewall replacement before landfall? So, I mean, it could. We still have plenty of time before the point of landfall here. So the system will, like I said, approach. It'll be making landfall here in Jamaica for the morning of the 28th. And at that point, it'll be sustaining 160, gusting 165. But, I mean, yeah, it could. I mean, we still do have a couple of, we still have several hours before the point of landfall here, so we'll watch it. What's up, Moses? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. But if you guys have any questions, do not hesitate to ask here. I do want to go ahead and show you guys the models here and show y'all the models and actually show you why the system is moving. Because, like I said, it is the frontal system that is moving this. So this is actually the same system that was. What is it? This was actually the same system that was causing all that severe weather and stuff. So if you look closely, we have this grouping of storms. So this is that system that we've been kind of watching. This is the GFS model, by the way. So this has been, trailing that cold front. You have your low forming just off the east side of the Mid-Atlantic here, just off like South Carolina's coast. But then you can see, that moves eastward. The cold front moves eastward, and that kind of allows the storm itself to get caught up in the warm sector of the, before the cold front. So the advancement of the cold front keeps it away from the U.S., which is very important, and which is good. It actually protects it from the U.S., but this kind of throws Jamaica under the bus, unfortunately. What's up, Cece? Good to see ya. Let's see. What causes it to go through eyewall replacements? Well, it sometimes it just, has to. The way I can best explain the eyewall replacements, how like snakes shed their skin. It's kind of like a hurricane, but shedding their skin. It's just to keep the system organized. Sometimes they wobble around. Because they're not always perfectly. What's the word for it? In balance, essentially. They're not perfectly always in balance. And sometimes you do get some, minor fluctuations, which causes everything to wobble a little bit. Which, which can cause the system to undergo the replacement cycle. And during the replacement cycle, you typically do lose a little bit of wind speeds, but once it gets stacked back together, it usually picks back up. But good questions, by the way. Good questions. But like I said, y'all, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I do want to hop you guys over to the rainfall side of things once again. So hopping on over here, y'all, to the Hurricane Center. Like I mentioned, we do have a region here, or let's say Hurricane Center, Weather Prediction Center's rainfall outlook here. In eastern Jamaica, we do have that region where we could see up to 40 inches of rainfall. So we'll definitely need to look out for that. So up to 40 inches possible on the eastern side. So that's a big problem, because 36 inches, that's 3 foot. So we're talking over 3 feet of water on the eastern side of Jamaica. So 3 feet, 4 inches. So you got to think, given the terrain and the geography of Jamaica, being pretty mountainous, we do have, a lot of valleys, a lot of hills, in which all this water, the sheer volume of water, is going to be piling up into the valleys, which is going to cause huge flooding concerns. Now, another thing that we got to look out for is also the, the mudslides. The mudslides are going to be a big concern. Due to the oversaturation of the ground. The ground's going to get super saturated. I've heard it already is. So we're just going to be adding feet of rain on top of that, which is just going to make everything wash out, unfortunately. So that's why it's important to look out for that too. My main concerns for the system, not just the winds, but also a lot of the rainfall. And now one thing you guys got to kind of take into consideration too is once you get a lot of rainfall and you mix that with a lot of winds, okay, so the rain loosens up the ground a bit, right? So that could easily allow for trees to fall down because it loosens up the ground. It's not as tight if it was dry, but it loosens up the ground, and the winds, being as significant as they are, could easily knock over trees and power lines and stuff. So, we're going to be losing power. There's most of the island will be without power, if not all of the island. Let's see. Nikki says, makes sense. Thanks for putting it in terms for us folks on this side. On this side, can understand. No problem. Yeah, sometimes it's hard for me to explain things without going too much into detail. You know what I'm saying? So it's sometimes I can just basically make it to where it makes no sense, and that's not what I'm trying to go with. I'm just trying to make it so I can explain it to you guys as best as possible. I might not be the best teacher out there. I might not be the best at explaining some things, but definitely do try my best. But anyways, everybody, if y'all have any questions, let me know. We're here for y'all. We're going to hop back to the Hurricane Hunters real quickly. Like I said, we do got some recon going on. Hurricane Hunters took off from Carousel. What did they do? Are they flying back? Why did they turn around? That's weird. Apparently they, looks like they kind of did a U-turn. Look at that. They pulled a 180. What are they going? That's weird. Are they having issues or something? Maybe they're just going to explore the that convective band on the east side. There's a lot of convection on the east side of the system. They might be going to fly through that again to investigate it. More than likely, that's probably what it is. Probably had technical difficulty. I don't know. I don't know if it's something wrong with the plane. I don't know what it is, but apparently they did a 180. And they're going back. Huh. You've seen it happen before? Gotcha. Who knows? We'll definitely watch them. We'll keep an eye on them. See what happens. Could be they just want to investigate this because there is a lot of heavy convection on the eastern side of the hurricane. Here's the main mass you can see right here, but there's a lot of storm activity on the east side as well. Let's see here. What's up, Clara? Good to see ya. Seen him turn back 3 times this year. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. But anyways, so that's that. But if everybody's wanting to know what it is right now, we are sustaining 145. So we are right now at 145 mile an hour sustained winds. We're gusting probably right around 160 or so. Central low is down to 933 millibars as of the last update here. So definitely pretty low. I'm sure we're probably even lower now. Definitely. It's been a little bit since the hurricane hunters have been inside the storm here, so it's could be a little bit lower by now, which we'll see what happens. But yeah, so that's it. So 145 sustained, gusting probably right around 160. Central low down to 933. So on the forecast track, by the time we approach 8 a.m. tomorrow, or today at this point, the 27th, we'll be. Hurricane Center has us right around 155 sustained, gusting to 190 miles an hour. So this will be by tomorrow morning, so in about 7 hours from now. Then by the evening, here for the 27th, at 8 p.m., we'll likely be sustaining about 160 miles an hour, which will be a Category 5. And we'll be gusting to about 195 miles an hour. Not much changes between then and landfall. The Hurricane Center has landfall somewhere in the morning of the 28th here in Jamaica. Category 5 storm, sustaining 160 miles an hour and gusting about 195. So wouldn't be surprised if it was anywhere near 160 to 165 sustained and gusts of 195 to 200 probably. So that's the most likely ballpark of which the storm is
going to be at. Let's see here. Texas says, do I think that there's a possibility it doesn't make a direct landfall in Jamaica before it gets pulled north? The possibility exists, but it's very unlikely. Majority of the cone has, is covered by Jamaica's land here. There's only a little bit of the cone here that shows that it could squeeze between them, but you got some models like the HWRF that suggested that, but still has it make a landfall. I'd say it's less than 10%. I'd say it's about a 90% chance probably of it making that direct landfall. It's pretty likely that it will, just do landfall instead. Let's see here. What's up, Godfrey? Good to see ya. Everything says, I am south of the island. It had been raining on and off in low winds at the moment. Well, be careful out there, my friend. Let's see. Thoughts and prayers for Jamaica. Can only imagine the storm surge right now. Yeah, storm surge is going to be pretty heavy. Unfortunately, the Hurricane Center, they do not have any graphics. They only do that for U.S. territories. They only provide the surge maps, which I think is kind of dumb. I think they should provide surge maps for everybody else, but they only do it for U.S. territories, from what I've seen. But yeah, surges will likely be well over 20 feet. Anyways, here's the rainfall projections once again. Here, I'll even zoom out a little bit so you guys can see the table here. Here, I don't know if you guys will still be able to see it very well if I do it like this, maybe. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see it pretty well. So here in eastern Jamaica, we have a spot on the eastern side where we could be seeing upwards of 40 inches of rainfall. So upwards of 40 inches of rain, which that's over 3 foot of rain. So yeah, that's a lot of rain. And of course, like I said, the terrain being very mountainous, all that water is going to be going into the valleys. Huge flooding problem. For the majority of central Jamaica, the totals are going to be anywhere from 20 to 30 inches of rain, which will be 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall. So that's for the majority of Jamaica. Now, we also, like I said, we can't just focus just on Jamaica, because we got to remember, right after Jamaica, Cuba is going to get a direct landfall too, and it's still going to be a major hurricane, major hurricane classified Category 3 or greater. It's still forecasted to be a, major hurricane by then. So, yeah, definitely got to look out there for that. So it'll still be a major hurricane. So as it pulls off of Jamaica, it'll be downgraded to likely a Category 3, almost Cat 4 actually. Yeah, the Hurricane Center actually has the system sustaining almost 130. Which 130 or greater, that's Cat 4, or 130 to 156 is Cat 4, and it'll be right around 127. So roughly about that rounds to 125. So that'll be upper end Cat 3 at the point of landfall in Cuba. But it'll be right around then, gusting about 155 still, Cat 3. For the afternoon, or for the evening of the 28th here is when we're going to have that landfall. Now, after landfall, system will weaken further as it goes through, Cuba. For the morning of the 29th, will likely be a Category 2, sustaining about 100 mile an hour winds, gusting about 120. And it'll go over the Bahamas either as a lower end Category 2 or an upper end Category 1. So we got to remember also the Bahamas are going to be heavily affected as well. So we do got to look out for the Bahamas too, specifically more the central southern side of the Bahamas. But that's not all, unfortunately. In the long term, we do also have Bermuda that's right smack dab in the middle of the cone. The good news is that it's not going to be as significant, but it's still going to be likely right around a Category 1 as it approaches Bermuda. Hurricane Center has that happening pretty much either the late 30th or the early 31st, so early Halloween. Probably like the late 30th, early 20th, but early 31st. But by then, the storm will have, sped up quite a bit, actually. Picked up a lot of speed because, that frontal system that's moving the storm here in general, will kind of pick up its speed. Because, right now it's barely moving. It's moving very slow right now. We're only moving west at 5 miles an hour currently. So, she's not moving that fast. What's up, Clara? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, everybody, if y'all have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Go ahead and throw them down in the chat. I will be more than happy to answer them for y'all. Like I said, we're here for you guys. Just want to make sure y'all are staying up to date, staying weather aware. We got y'all. And we'll keep you guys up to date. So here's the spaghetti models. We haven't showed these in a while, just for the people who want to see them. We got a pretty good amount of agreement, especially comparing to the last couple of days. A few days ago, there was so much disagreement in the models. It was crazy. But thankfully, we got a bit more grip on the system now. And you can see that we do have a pretty good amount of agreement. So, yeah, there is no models that has the system keep on going west. I know there's been quite a few questions, people asking me if the system could just keep going west. It's not expected. All the models here do expect that turn to occur because of the frontal system rolling through, in which it will go through Jamaica, eastern Cuba, through the Bahamas, and possibly even through Bermuda as well. So quite a bit of places in line of fire with the storm here. What's up, Zen? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, so that's that. That one to go ahead and show you all the hurricane models. But yeah, this is the system right now. For the people just joining, this is what it looks like. It is a Category 4 at the current moment. We are sustaining, so constant winds in the eye wall right now is right around 145 miles an hour. We're likely gusting upwards to 160 or so. And our central low pressure is down to 933 millibars. And like I mentioned, we do actually have hurricane hunters that are flying out in the system. But yeah, they've turned around. I don't know what they're doing here. You can see hurricane hunters, they took off from Carousel and then turned around. Now they're going back that way. So I don't know if they canceled the mission. I don't know if there's aircraft troubles. I don't know what's going on there. So let's see here. Truth Lover says, isn't this one of the slowest I've ever seen? I've seen some pretty slow storms. But yeah, this is definitely one of them. There for a while, it was only moving at 2 miles an hour. I think it even hit 1 mile an hour before. But I've seen storms that were completely stationary before. They had no forward movement. Right now, it's moving, I think, at 5 is the last time I saw. Let's double check on that. Yep. Right now, it's moving west at 5 miles an hour. Still very slow, but it will be picking up speed, over the next couple of days once it starts to get influenced by this frontal system. Let's see here. Hey there, I'm here waiting. How has it not hit yet? It's still a storm. I have no updates. Or is it still a storm? So it is a Category 4 hurricane right now. Reason it hasn't hit is because of its slow movement right now. Let's see. They canceled the flight apparently. Hopefully they don't, because honestly there's no better time than to do it. So Kara, do you know why they canceled it? Yeah. That's definitely weird that they did that. So if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, the hurricane hunters, they took off out of Carousel, just above South America. You can see they took off, they went northwest, and then they turned around. Now they're going back. They did a 180. They're going back to where they came from. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know why. If any of you guys know, throw it down in the comments. That would be Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. John, let's see here. I have no idea how you pronounce that, but I'll copy that area and I'll put it in the program and see where it takes me, okay? I'll let you know. Is this Cuba? Here, let me double check on that real quickly. I'm assuming this is Cuba, right? So the system is going to be out there. So the Hurricane Center, they have the storm making landfall somewhere in the evening of the 28th. So today just turned the 27th. It'll be the evening of the 28th is when that's expected. Yeah, this has got to be where you're talking about, right? But if you have any more questions, let me know, all right? But yeah, landfall, it'll be out there in East Cuba, likely as either a upper level Category 3 or a lower level Category 4, which we'll have to see what happens. Let's see. So is it actually passing Jamaica? It's going to go through Jamaica, the system. So right now it's going pretty much west. It's fluctuating a bit. It's wobbling a bit. No storm is perfectly linear unless you got like really fast movement, then it looks more linear. But system's wobbling a bit due to lack of forward speed. But got a bit of wobblous. Wobblous? That's a new word. Wobblous. It's a wobblous. Anyways, it's wobbling a bit. It'll eventually pull to the north though. Let's see. Carrot says apparently there was a claim that by David. Who's David? Is he a pilot? Is he the pilot for that airplane? Apparently that it was quote unquote too violent. Really? I don't know, because like those planes, they are meant to handle that weather, and they weren't even near the hurricane force stuff. That's crazy. I don't know. Am I saying that it's? Oh no, not. No, not everyone's gonna die. I know it's scary, but like I mentioned, you just need to prepare for it. Not everyone's going to die, no. But it is going to go through Jamaica, yes, directly. But just, like I said, the best advice I can give to you guys right now is if you can't evacuate the island, leave the coast, regardless. Get out of there. Leave the coast. Do not be anywhere near the coast. Another thing is make sure you're not in the valleys either. Get out of, get out of the way. Make sure you're in the upper hills and the upper elevations. You don't want to be in the lower elevations. Due to the excessive amount of rainfall we're going to be seeing here. So, think of it was violent. It was due to mesovorticity. Yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. Let's see here. JV says they and I most of the time. Yeah, I don't know why the hurricane hunters actually went. Oh, here we go. Carrot has new news. It wasn't canceled. They're going in now. That's so weird. Why'd they do a 180 though? Let's see. Oh, yep. Yep, they turned around again. What the heck, man? Yeah, look, it got a new map. They've been confusing. Yeah, I can see that. So, I have two theories on why they did that. Theory one is they were going to investigate the Eastern Convection. They were going through it, and they wanted to turn around and go through it again, just to kind of measure what's going on in the eastern side, the inflow. Maybe they just wanted to check out that convection. Or B, maybe they had some type of problem, turned back, resolved the issue, and then turned around again and went back towards it. I have no idea. That's really weird they did that, though. It is. Huh. What's going on out here in Florida? We got a severe thunderstorm warning in Pensacola area. Anyways.
Yeah, that's really weird, though.
Wonder why. I guess we'll never know, huh? Alright, here y'all. So this is a more high-res, more frequent photo shoot of Melissa. This is what we call a mesoscale floater. So this is an area that there's specific cameras on the GOES satellites that there's 2 of them, I believe. And these 2 cameras can focus on a specific area with higher resolution and more frequency. And so they put one of the mesoscale floaters over Melissa so we can get more high-res data and more frequent data, or imagery, I should say. So, yeah. So we now have, or we have the high-res data here too we can look at. Pretty cool. It's very, very seamless. It's very smooth.
That's what I like about the meso floater data. Let's see here. They do a great job. Just the same. Yeah, I agree. Hurricane Hunters, they do a fantastic job. Hats off to them, dude. I would love to go up in Hurricane Hunter plane. Here, I'm gonna leave a poll for you guys. I'm gonna make this interesting.
We're gonna do a vote. Y'all ready to vote? We're gonna do this.
Would you fly with the Hurricane
Hunters? Question mark. Yes or no? Let's see what y'all think of this. They got impacted earlier by a 190 knot gust that threw them. What? Where'd you get that info from? That is crazy. If that's real, dude, I don't know. That's this type of hurricane seems so difficult to go into. Yeah, it's definitely quite a ride. That's for sure. See, all right, so we got 24 votes so far. 62% of people say that they would fly with the Hurricane Hunters. Wow. That's crazy. I would. It's almost 50-50 now. We'll let that marinate for a little bit. Let's see what everybody says. Really curious to see. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not an easy storm to go into, though. That's a given. That's for sure. All right. The eye looks pretty darn symmetrical here. Let's measure the eye again. We'll see what we're looking at. I mean, it looks pretty circular to me. We'll do the measurements now. Let's do from west to east. Okay, so from the west to the east here. Let's see. So that's 17.5 miles from the west eye wall to the east eye wall. Let's see here. And from the north eye wall to the... dude, that's perfectly symmetrical. Look at that. 17.5 miles, both west to east and north to south. Wow. So that's... yeah, that's like perfectly symmetrical. That is just crazy. Nice little donut hole there. Yeah, quite a pretty gnarly looking eye there. Not worse than a Spirit flight or Ryanair. Oh man, that's funny. Let's see. What's up, GR? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Anyways, folks, but a little bit of an update right now. Like I said, we're Category 4 hurricane right now. Sustaining winds of 145, gusting probably right around 160 or so. And Central low is down to 933 millibars currently. Let's see. Patricia says, where is it going to? This is going to be hitting Jamaica. It's going to be making landfall in Jamaica as a Category 5 on the morning of the 28th, which will be having sustained winds of 160, gusting up to 195. Then it'll go off of Jamaica. It'll make another landfall in eastern Cuba as either a upper level Category 3 or a lower in Cat 4. It'll pull off of Cuba likely as a Category 2. And it'll be going over the southern Bahamas either as a lower end Cat 2 or an upper end Cat 1, right over the southern side of the Bahamas. And then from there on, there is even a chance that it could work its way out there by Bermuda as well. Bermuda is actually in the middle of the cone here. Storm could still be a hurricane by the time it approaches out there, possibly Category 1. So we'll need to watch those areas too. So a bit of a recap: we have Jamaica, East Cuba, the Bahamas, Bermuda. Also, I mean, there's going to be impacts also for areas in Haiti and the Dominican Republic here. So let's see here. Patricia says, "Thank you." Yeah, no problem. You're very welcome. Yeah, JV, it's a beast. That's for sure. Those metrics are still as of 8 p.m. Eastern time, right? Or has it been a more recent recon? So the data, so what I told you, like the current stats of it, that's as of the 11 o'clock p.m. update. So they updated at 11, which I don't know when. I think they're updating every 3 hours now. So we should have a new update by 2, hopefully. Yeah, we'll probably have an update by then. So, oh man. But anyways, everybody, if y'all have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. We will be more than happy to help y'all out. But yeah, apparently the hurricane hunters are going back into the storm again here. So, yep, yeah, they're definitely heading back towards it. Good. Yeah, that was weird. If y'all don't know, if you're just joining, hurricane hunters, they actually were going towards the storm. They did a 180. They turned back around, and they kept going southeast back to where they took off from, and then they did another 180. Now they're going back to the storm. Like, I don't know. I think it could be they just wanted to investigate some more of the eastern convection in the system. That's what I believe. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. There's no way for sure, but yeah, I mean, we got a lot of heavy thunderstorm activity east of the storm. There's a lot of moisture being, sucked into the system. You know, a lot of moisture over like Central America that's just being pulled in and wrapped around the system. My guess is that they took off. They went through the convection, wanted to go through it again to measure some of the inflow, probably. How far has it moved in the last 24 hours? Not very much. No, not very much. I don't have an exact number for you, but not much at all. It's been moving very slowly. Let's see. Mr. Mango says, been through a Cat 4, terrifying. The eye passed through. We literally heard the second round coming like a freight train. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I'm glad you're okay, though. The strongest hurricane I've been through was Milton. Thankfully, I was inland a bit. I'm out here in Polk County, Lakeland area, which is the home of the hurricane hunters. But yeah, I mean, it was like a Category 2 when it hit us here. It was lower Cat 2, upper Cat 1. So that's the most I've been through. But yeah, I mean, even that was pretty wild to go through. Could only imagine what it's like out there. It's crazy. But anyways, yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. We're going to hop back to the rainfall now. So let's do that real quickly. We're going to bring y'all back over here to the rainfall expectancy. So, on top of those real gnarly winds here, we also have quite a bit of rainfall expected too. we're talking quite a significant amount of rain here, which we're seeing East Jamaica with that little dot there. You guys can see that's where we could be dealing with 40 inches of rain. Yeah, 40 inches of rain. That would be over 3 foot. So 3 foot, 36 inches plus 4 inches. So that would, 3 feet, 4 inches of rain. Possibly up to 40 inches in East Jamaica. Which, to the people who don't know inches, that's above, so that's 750 millimeters or greater. Majority of Jamaica, they're in the pink, as you can see for a lot of the central side, will likely be within the range of 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, 500 to 750 millimeters. I mean, we break the scale, which is just wild. That's when you know it's pretty significant, is whenever the scale doesn't go any higher than that. And they have to put a special marker saying that there's going to be that much more, which is ridiculous. But yeah, the reason that the totals are going to be so much is, first of all, I mean, in the system, heavy rain producer. I mean, it's tropical systems are very, very saturated. I mean, they produce a lot of heavy rain. But on top of that, due to the system's very slow movement, you get a lot of water just sitting over, or a lot of rain just sitting over one area for a long period of time. Even if Melissa hasn't made landfall yet, I bet Jamaica's already seen those huge waves. Oh, I'm sure the waves are really rough out there right now too. Yeah, for sure. I mean, latest data suggests that they're already dealing with tropical storm force conditions. Here, let me actually show you all that real quickly. Switch this up real fast for you. So this is the estimated tropical storm force wind field, which when it loads, I'll show you. There you go. So this is the latest. This is the latest estimated tropical storm force wind. So this is yellow blob that you see. This is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are. Here's Jamaica. Those estimated winds are through Jamaica at this point. You can see the hurricane force winds in the little red area here. Still quite far to the south of Jamaica. Not quite there yet, but eventually that's going to turn and it's going to go right over Jamaica there. So that will eventually get closer. Let's see here. Oh yeah, JV, absolutely. Let's see here. Original says, where exactly is the storm now, please? So right now the storm is just south of Jamaica. So here's Jamaica here, just to the south. I can give you coordinates if that would be useful to you. Right now the coordinates is 16.3 degrees north, 77.5 degrees west. Your audio is kind of low. Oh, is it? I'll turn it up a little bit. Maybe that'll help. Turn it up a tad. I don't want to turn up too loud. Yeah, I need to buy me a new mic eventually. I've had this thing for over 10 years, so I mean it's been a good one, but it's been in better. Let's see. Any idea how far north the feeder bands will reach over the Bahamas over the next 3 days? Well, the system's going to pull north, and those bands are going to be pulled with it. But you mean like how far up into the Bahamas? Let me pull up some model guidance. Maybe we'll take a peek at the HERF parent model. Let's see, actually, you know what? We might have to. Let's just do normal HWRF here. Radar MSLP. We got the 0 UTC run coming through here, so it looks like looks like a lot of those bands mostly stay pretty centered towards the central and southern side of the Bahamas. Wish I had a better view. A little bit more of a zoomed out view because that could be a little bit more specific. Here's the GFS. Yeah, GFS is severely underdoing the system. I mean, the pressure is already way lower than what it's showing it starting as. Global models are not the best at this range, per se. But, yeah, the northern Bahamas don't get a whole lot of rain. Let me try the parent model. I don't know if there's any radar. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, but you can see here's the AJFSA model. A lot of that's mostly for the central southern side. Let's see. Do I think this will be slow when it hits? Like the speed? Like the rate of the movement of the storm? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be still pretty slow. And that's actually one of the big problems is, how slow the system's going to be at landfall. The problem with the slow-moving storm is that it sits over that area for a longer period of time, meaning that those heavy impacts last longer. So, yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a concern, is the fact that it's moving pretty slow. So a lot of those really strong winds are just going to be pretty consistent for quite a while. And on top of that, you also have, just the system sitting over the region for a while, which dumps continuous amounts of rainfall, which is the reason why we have, such a huge amount of accumulation expected. Is because of the slow movement of the storm, just allowing, whenever you have a storm with high rainfall rates, the rate of which rain falls, and a slow movement, meaning it sits over one area for a longer period of time. So that increases your totals dramatically. And that's exactly what this system's doing. That's exactly why, this is going to be such a massive problem for rainfall. Now, if the system was moving quickly, then it would be in and out quick, and impacts would be less. Not as much rainfall, but the fact that it's moving slow makes it a lot worse. Let's see, the worst thing, I live in Jamaica. Well, be careful, dude. Yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you're prepped, okay? Make sure you have plenty enough water. Non-perishable foods, too. Expect the power outages to go out, okay, because they are likely going to go out. If you're on the coast, I would leave the coast. Go further inland. And stay away from flood-prone areas. Stay out of the valleys. If you can, find some type of higher elevation with a sturdy structure, a concrete building or something. Yeah, that's that. So, anyways. Let's see. Can't hear what I'm saying. The volume's too low. On my meter, it shows it pretty high. I mean, can you guys hear me all right? I mean, I know it's a little bit low. Maybe turn up your volume if you could. I mean, I'll turn it up a little bit more. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. I just don't want it to be too much and peak too high. GR says, let's see, will the storm do this sea level damage through Jamaica? Huh? The sea level of damage through Jamaica that we had Marsh Harbor during Dorian. So I'm not really familiar with the impacts you guys had out there from Dorian. Are you talking like sea level rise from surging? Not exactly sure what you mean by that. All right, so let's hop back. Actually, I'm going to bring up the higher res sat for you guys. So this is the, once again, this is the mesoscale floater from the goes east view here. So, like I said, just got more info. That's that's a new one. Man, I'm coming up with all kinds of new words tonight, man. It's crazy. But got more high res data, more frequent pictures. So, let's see. Same level. No destruct. GR, I'm not exactly sure what you're meaning, dude. I'm sorry. Mr. Mango says, great advice. Get into a concrete structure in high elevation if possible. Absolutely. Yep, that is what we recommend. I mean, we still have time for preparations, but like I said, your time's running thin. I mean, the system is right on your doorstep. It's right on the doorstep right now. See, Chad says that question that was asked, is it peaceful flying into a hurricane up high or shakes the plane? So once you get into the eye, the wind shear, so the turbulence goes down a bit. The heaviest of the shaking is once you're in the eye wall. So let me show you an example of kind of how it would be. So turbulence is definitely really big. So planes are going to shake quite a bit. As you come up to the hurricane, as you fly into it, it gets worse and worse and worse. Once you hit the eye wall, that is where your strongest winds are at. Okay? That's where you're going to have the heaviest turbulence, the most shaking in your plane. Then once you go into the eye, the winds actually calm down a bit. Because the worst of it's in the eye wall. Let's see here. University of Wisconsin saying it is 885 millibars. Right now? That's like 50 millibars lower than that they currently show. Oh, 895. Okay. I was going to say. Hurricane Center has it right now at 933 millibars. What's up, Shirley? Good to see you. Where's the hurricane at? Right now it's south of Jamaica. So here's this island right here. This is the island of Jamaica. Just to the south. Which I'll zoom out a little bit more so you can see it too. So here's Florida up here. Here's the Yucatan Peninsula. And then here's Cuba. Here's Jamaica. Here's the storm. And then this is Haiti, Dominican Republic. Let's see. Where's Melissa going? So Melissa's going to be making landfall in Jamaica. It'll be making landfall 8 a.m., around 8 a.m. on the 28th here. We'll be sustaining about 160 mile an hour winds, gusting to about 195. So that'll be here for the 28th. Then it'll be going through Jamaica. It'll be making a second landfall in eastern Cuba. Likely is a upper level category 3, sustaining roughly about 125, gusting about 155 at the time being. So landfall will be late the 28th, early 29th. It'll be going through. Then it'll be going through the southern Bahamas. Is either a Cat 1 or a Cat 2. And then it will continue to the northeast, which it'll be getting really close to Bermuda there. Bermuda could be directly impacted here. So, let's see. Bet there's a lot of lightning around the eye given its intensity. Yeah, I mean, so that's actually a thing. So y'all, if there's a lot of lightning in the eye wall, that indicates that the storm is picking up a lot of strength. So it won't make landfall in Florida. No, it's not going to impact the United States at all directly. Now, we're actually being saved by this little frontal system that's coming through the east. This was actually the same front that caused severe weather in the south and the Gulf states. All those tornadoes that we had in the U.S. here. That same system. It's kind of pulling Melissa behind it. So, Chad says, is this considered a big storm? Yeah, in terms of strength, definitely. In terms of size, like the width of the storm, I mean, it's pretty normal. Let's see here. Has it went to Jamaica yet? Not yet. Well, the tropical storm force winds are already impacting Jamaica, yes. But the hurricane force winds are not there yet. It'll still be at least another day or so. Impacts are going to be early 28th. Hurricane force winds up there. Here, let me actually show you guys that real quick. I'll show you. There you go. So the yellow that you see, that little yellow blob. So that is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at right now. So that's basically where Hurricane Center has the estimated tropical storm force winds. So between 39 and 74 miles an hour. And, the hurricane force winds are here in that little red circle there, which is just still well south of Jamaica here. But that once the system pulls north, that'll get closer to Jamaica. How do I have the warnings looping? I just do. I don't know, honestly. Just hit play on the sat and it does it. Mr. Manga says eastern side of the storm where the worst of the surge occurring, the Persian landfall. Yeah. So the east side of a tropical cyclone is usually just any really cyclone in general is the strongest part. A lot of your best mixing ratios are at for one. But yeah, I mean, that's where a lot of your strongest winds are going to be, especially the eastern eye wall. Absolutely. But anyways, for the people joining, like I mentioned, yeah, this thing's going to be making landfall here for the morning of the 28th here. Hurricane Center has this thing right around 8 a.m. Eastern time, which at that point in time, it'll be sustained winds of about 160 miles an hour, and we'll be gusting about 195 here for the morning of the 28th. So... y'all, we're almost at 31.6K. I just want to say thank you all for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Thank y'all, and I'll make sure to keep you guys up to date with the weather, so don't you worry. Yeah, we'll definitely be pumping out a lot of we'll definitely be pumping out a lot of streams for you guys. Keep y'all up to date. Let's see here. Chad, I'm not going to get much into that. We have two Chads here, actually. Let's see. But anyways, let's actually do a little bit of a measurement now. We'll remeasure the eye wall and see what we're dealing with now. Yeah, before it was 17 and a half. Okay, it's down to 17 miles from the west eye wall to the east eye wall. Let's do from the north to the south. Yep, 16 miles. Is it me or is the eye wall shrink? Or not the eye, but not the eye wall, but the eye. I think it's shrinking. That's actually a clear indicator of strengthening. Yeah, whenever you get an eye that shrinks, and you get a lot of lightning near the eye wall, that's two clear indicators of a rapidly strengthening hurricane. That's pretty crazy, actually. Let's see. All right, we're gonna end our poll that we had up there. Let's see what everybody said. So we had a poll that we just did a little bit ago. Have 161 votes. Wow. So would you fly with the hurricane hunters? 53% of the people. So remember, this is 161 votes. 53% of people said no, they would not fly with the hurricane hunters, and 47% said yes, that they would. Wow. I didn't expect it to be that close. I was expecting it to probably be like 70-30, maybe 30% yes, 70% no. That's crazy. That's pretty wild, man. Me personally, I probably would. I don't think I would do it in this storm, but maybe like a weaker storm, maybe. Yeah, Carrot, it is a pretty gnarly storm. Because the environment that it's in right now is just not bad. I mean, it doesn't get much better of an environment than it is in right now, Because, given the environment that it's in, there is, first of all, a plentiful amount of really warm sea surface temperature waters out there. So we're talking 30 Celsius, about 87-ish Fahrenheit. Very warm waters. For tropical development, you need 26 or greater typically for strengthening and sustainability. So given that we're at 30 Celsius, that is very hot, very, very warm waters. And that's one of the main things for tropical development here. And of course, little to no wind shear affecting the storm, really disrupting its structure. And then, of course, lastly, the amount of moisture. I mean, there's a plentiful amount of moisture. I mean, you can obviously tell just by how much convection is obviously going on the eastern side of the storm, too. There's a lot of moisture out here. So, what do I think about this coming to Florida? It's not going to hit Florida. Thankfully, we actually have that cold front coming through, which is going to block it away from the United States. So there's not going to be any direct landfall or any impacts, any direct impacts for the U.S. Now there could be some big waves that eventually work their way towards the east, the east coast of the U.S. Yes, maybe some rip currents, indirect impacts. But like the direct impacts, like tropical storm, hurricane force winds of that. No, we're not going to see any of that in the States, thankfully. Reason is, like I said, it's because that frontal system that we have, which I'll assume is sat up north. You can see all that disturbance kind of going off through Florida and the southeast right now, in which that rolling eastward, trailing that cold front, the hurricane kind of gets caught up in the warm sector, the northerly winds, which will kind of pull the system towards that low. Let's see. Imagine someone wakes up and says, "We can't wait to fly in this storm." I don't know. I mean, there could be some people that are like that. For me, it'd be like, "Oh, here we go again." Let's see. They cut my power. I'm out. Guys, saving battery. All right, be safe out there, my friend. Take care. Let's see here. Irvin says, I'm in the listened area right now. Just a little rain, but no wind. Rain is on and off. Gotcha. Well, be careful, my friend. Let's see. What's our latest observation show? Where did our MEDAR data go? The MEDAR data usually shows up here. Huh. Let's see here. But how do you say your name? Nashana? Not good with names. I'm sorry. But yeah, please be careful out there, my friend. All right. If you need anything, let me know. Like I said, we'll be here for you. I'm glad to hear that you're on a concrete house on the hill, so that's good. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the best place you guys could be in. So if you're in Jamaica, say you're going to be impacted by this storm. The best thing, the best place for you guys to be is, first of all, away from the coast. Okay, get away from the coast. Get away from those lowlands too. The valleys, not going to be a good place to be in. You're going to want to be on a hill. You're going to want to be as high as elevation as possible and in a concrete or a very sturdy structure. That'll ensure that, it's protected against those really strong winds. And the fact that you're at high elevation, make sure that you are not in the heaviest of flood areas, because like I said, I mean, there's going to be a ridiculous amount of rainfall here. I mean, I'll go ahead and show you guys once again. We'll take a peek back at the rainfall projections here. We got that little area here on the the eastern sides, or the eastern side of Jamaica here. I mean, we have that area where we could see possibly upwards of 40 inches, which is just crazy. A very crazy amount. And then, of course, we have like Jamaica, for the majority of the central side of Jamaica, 20 to 30 inches, which is 500 to 750 millimeters. Is there any chance it'll stay south of the island? No, at this point in time, it will not stay south of the island, unfortunately. Yeah, that front that we just had come off the U.S. is kind of throwing you guys under the bus, unfortunately. So, no. What kind of waves would this storm create if it was on a ship? So the waves out there are going to be right around 25, 30 feet or greater in some areas. At least that's what some of the models suggested. Definitely quite a bit of really rough waters out there. Anyways, now remember, like I said, it's not just Jamaica. We also got to be watching Cuba too, because they're going to be right next in line to get it. It's going to be another landfall for those areas here. We're going to be likely category 3, maybe even low in Cat 4 at the point of landfall in Cuba. So we'll have to see. We just hit 4 hours streaming. Goodness. Yeah, we've been live for quite a while. If you guys could consider subscribing, we are so close to 31,600 subs. Just want to say thank you all for the support. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, waves are going to be pretty rough out there. I'm going to hop you guys back over here to this view. So once again, this right here, this is actually the where the estimated winds are at right now. So that yellow blob that you see, this circle, this is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at right now. So that is the winds that range between 39 to 74 miles an hour. And of course, we had that little bubble there with those hurricane force winds, which is well south of Jamaica. How fast is the storm traveling? It is moving west at 5 miles an hour. Very slow little system. It was moving west at, or was it northwest earlier, at 2 miles an hour. Storm's very slow. Very, very slow storm. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it, my friend. But yeah, system's not moving that fast. All right, so y'all, here soon we're probably going to go back to automated. I just wanted to hop on here again for a little bit. But yeah, we'll keep the stream rolling probably for a while. I want to keep sat up so you guys can see where it's at. It's very important that you guys have a way to access live satellite so that you can see where it's at. So here in a minute, I'm going to probably roll off for a little bit. I mean, I'm still going to be up for a while, so I'll pop in here and there. Stream will keep rolling, regardless with or without me. But we've been live here 4 hours now, so we'll be in and out every once in a while, just to give you guys new updates. Actually, I might wait a little bit because we might have a new update coming soon. Last update was 11 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so isn't the new update 2 a.m.? So we should have a new update. I'm not entirely sure. Hey, does anybody in the chat know what time the Hurricane Center updates? I think typically it's every 6 hours for normal routine tropical weather outlooks, but I think it's every 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's every 3 hours. During a event like this. And then if it's right at landfall, I think they do every hour or something. I don't know. Not too sure. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate it. Thank you. But anyways, another thing that's coming up here soon that I think we need to look out for is the Bahamas. So obviously they're going to be getting impacts too. We are expecting landfall or direct impacts for the southern Bahamas here too. We'll likely be right around category. I think they have it right between Cat 2, Cat 1. So yeah, it'll be right in there. Probably upper Cat 1 is what current cone has it in. It kind of pulls off of Cuba, Cat 2, goes over, it's Cat 1. So regardless, still pretty hefty. But yeah, we'll probably get those watches here, I'm assuming, pretty soon for the Bahamas. Wouldn't be surprised if we get those within the next couple of updates. Let's see. Ati says, subscribe. Thank you. I probably said your name wrong, and I'm really sorry, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. But anyways. Let's see. What's up, Enlighten? Good to see you. But yeah, like I said, eventually we're going to have to watch out for Bermuda here as well. Bermuda is going to be in they're literally in the middle of the cone here, so they're going to be in the line of fire too, unfortunately. So we'll keep an eye on it. There is still a chance that the hurricane conditions could go east or west. The cone, once again, is not where the effects are going to be felt, but where the center of the storm could go. The eye. So that's what the cone does. But yeah, I mean it's unknown still if they're going to be direct like hurricane impacts or just like tropical storm conditions. We'll just have to see. We will definitely keep y'all in the loop. So here's the mesoscale floater. Once again, taking a look back over here at the mesoscale floaters. Yeah, the good thing about the meso floaters is that we have more frequent pictures taken, as well as higher res satellite imagery. And you can tell right now, I mean, it's pretty solid. I mean, there's not much wobbling going on with that eye. I mean, it's pretty circular. You know what? Let's actually check up on the hurricane hunters here. We'll take a peek and see what they're doing right now. Oh yeah, holy cow! Okay, they're about to punch the eye there. Wow, flight level winds are really skyrocketing. Y'all probably hear my cat in the background. You'll probably hear him a little bit. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, those surface winds are going up. That's weird. There's a little drop in pressure. It's probably a little glitch or something. Either that or they went through like a updraft or something. I don't know. Probably a glitch. But yeah, pressure is starting to descend quite a bit. Wow. But yeah, we'll definitely be watching that. We'll keep an eye on it. Can I overlay? Ooh, I do have GLM flashes. Thank you. Wow, look at all the lightning activity in the eye. Here, I'm going to turn off the satellite data for a minute. Look at that. It is like perfectly making a circle there. That is unbelievable. Look at that. There's a little circle of lightning. Wow. Yeah, so, you know, that's actually a thing, y'all, if you didn't know. If you have a lot of lightning in the eye, and you know, around the eye wall and such, that indicates that the system is rapidly strengthening. It's a very clear indicator that it is. That is pretty crazy to see like that much lightning activity out there. That's pretty wild. Wow, goodness. Here, let's switch it up a little bit. We'll do CO2. We should be able to see. Yeah, there you go. You can see CO2 at night. I don't think Jamaica has any radars I can look at. There's got to be somewhere I can pull up a radar for Jamaica. Here, let me look real fast. I don't know if there's any weather radars in Jamaica that I can pull up here. Because if there is, then we'll take a peek at that real fast. Probably wouldn't show up very much right now. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a lot. Whoa. It's a lot greater than I thought it would look like. Holy cow. Oh, wow. Look at that. So, yeah, there's the radar imagery. I didn't know that we had this. All right, we'll have to keep this site. We'll definitely be keeping that for future use. Goodness. Let's see here. What's the ET of it? Just heard about it. Just tuned in. So ETA, so for landfall, I mean, we're already experiencing some of the effects out here already. But the landfall will be here for the morning of the 28th. So the Hurricane Center's latest guidance suggests possibly right around 8 a.m. Eastern time for landfall in Jamaica, which will be sustaining winds at landfall of about 160 miles an hour and wind gusts gusting about 195 or so. So, what's up, Leslie? Good to see you. What's up, Tuffy? saying hello from St. Thomas, Jamaica. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Please be careful out there, all right? Here, let me actually pull up that area. We'll pull up St. Thomas for you, just so I can see kind of what region you're in. Here we go. All right, so yeah, you're on the eastern side. Gotcha. So yeah, you're definitely going to be getting quite a bit of rain out there. Please be careful. I would recommend, if you could, maybe go further inland. You know, like I mentioned, y'all, the best place to be in this scenario, if you have to stay. So if you have to stay here in Jamaica, the best place to be is in the upper elevations. So make sure that you are away from the coast. Make sure that you're well away from flood-prone areas like valleys and whatnot. Get out of the valleys. Go find yourself a hill further inland, and find a concrete structure. That is the best. That's like the best place to be during an event like this. Y'all, we're 2 subscribers away from 31.6. If y'all could hit that subscribe button, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. What's up, Brittany? Good to see you. Let's see here. Nah, this is not going to impact the golf. Nah, the system's not going to work its way in the golf. So the system will... Here, let me bring back up the cone here. So, yeah, the golf's over here. System will pull north from that frontal system that we have working its way off the eastern United States, which will allow for the system to go to the northeast here, which, this is going to be bringing it over Jamaica, bringing it over eastern Cuba, as well as southern Bahamas, and, of course, maybe even Bermuda as well, which, Bermuda, that's still a little iffy, in terms of the, the exact impacts. You guys are in the middle of the cone right now, so we'll just have to see. I got you, Tuffy. Well, be careful, dude. Yeah, if you need anything, let me know, okay? We'll be sure to be here for you guys. Thank y'all. We just hit 31.6. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the support, y'all. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll keep you guys up to date with everything. We're gonna be live a lot over the next several days. So let's see here. All right, let's hop back over to Hurricane Hunters. Let's see what they're doing with Whoa. Oh my golly, dude. All right, y'all. We got some breaking news coming in here. So Hurricane Hunters just flew into I believe the southeastern eye wall, and measured about 145 knots surface wind. Let me go ahead and do a conversion. Knots to miles an hour. Let's see here. That makes it a Category 5. What they just measured makes this thing a Cat 5. 166 sustained. What is that? That's like... that's like 150, 145, 140, 130. Wow, dude. You know what? Pressure's also down quite a bit, under 935, well under 935. So we're probably closer to, we're down in the 920 millibar range now. You know what, y'all? I think it's a Cat 5 now. I think it's a Cat 5. I am pretty sure. Given the signs that we've been given, the rapid lightning activity in the eye wall,
as well as, that symmetrical eye and the shrinkage of the eye that we've been seeing, I think we have a Cat 5 now. Pretty sure.
Let's see. Did the Hurricane Hunter or the Hurricane Center, did they have a new update yet? Let's see. Yeah, last update was 11 p.m. Not sure when they update. I think they're gonna update it too, right? Wow, dude. So let me go ahead and show you guys once again. Let's see if we have any more updates. Okay, so nothing's updated since, but wow, dude. Here, let me show you guys this. So y'all can see the surface winds right here. So this is from the recent fly into the eye. So this is 135 knots. This is 155 knots up here. So it's like right between, a little bit higher than halfway. So that's about 145 knots basically. So that puts us, we do the conversion of 145 knots to miles an hour. That pushes us to 166 miles an hour. Oh, my alarm. Oh, hold on. There you go. Sorry about that. That is just crazy. So yeah, we're sustained likely at Cat 5 right now. Oh, wow. But honestly, like I said, though, I'm not really surprised. I mean, just kind of given the environment that it's in and given the way it looks and everything right now, I'm not surprised. See, 2 a.m. update. They have it at 150. Here we go. Okay, here's some breaking info. Hurricane Hunter. So the Hurricane Center just updated, but this is, I believe, before the Hurricane Hunters made it into the eye. They have it at 150 sustained. Pressure down to 926, dude. Wow. So yeah, Hurricane Center, they actually have the brand new update that just came out, having it at 150 sustained. So honestly, I think it is probably in Cat 5 realm. I have so many tabs open. I need to close all these tabs, dude. Here, we'll close some of these. Don't need a lot of these open. Looks like yeah, like I said, the Hurricane Hunters, they picked up about 145 knots surface winds out there. The SFMR. Huh. All right, everybody. It's kind of getting late. I'm probably gonna roll off here. We've been live for 4.5 hours. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a stream. So we'll pick up on this tomorrow. We'll give you guys some more updates tomorrow at some point. Just want to say thank you all for joining. Thank you everybody for subscribing, and people have donated as well. Thank you all for helping keep the channel up and running. Couldn't do it without y'all support. So just want to say thank you. But yeah, we're probably gonna roll off here. It's getting late. I gotta go to bed. It's 2 a.m. here, so. But all right, everybody. Well, thank you for joining. If there's any questions y'all might have, feel free to join our Discord. It should be in the description. So if you guys want to join it, hang out with us, whatever, it is there. We'll see. Leslie says thank you. No problem. You're very welcome. But yeah, I need to get going. I've been here for over 4.5 hours pretty much. So, all right, everybody, y'all take care. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you guys in the next one. All right, everybody, catch y'all on later on. Peace out, my friends. See ya later on.